Welcome to everyone who is in the room. We'll just open with a karakia. Whakatakatahau ki te uru, whakatakatahau ki te tonga, kia mā kinkina ki uta, kia mā tarara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, tia Māori ora. Right, so we'll just start with a couple of pieces of information. Welcome to the members of the public, and for those who are watching at a later date, those that are online. Council briefings are recorded. Public gallery attendance with your presence there implies that you give your consent to being broadcast. Recordings are available on request. Health and safety, in case of emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit, please. The meeting point for those in this room is out opposite here at Peace Park. The bathroom facilities are located opposite the chamber foyer and entrance. Apologies today, we have Councillor Isles. Councillor Boynton is not present but would likely to join us online. Amir Lukua will be leaving about 12 o'clock. Any other apologies? Thank you. And just in terms of an announcement and an acknowledgement, we'd just like to acknowledge the passing of Community Board Chair member from Taneatua, Diane Yalden, who passed away earlier this week. We don't know all the details yet about the funeral arrangements, but our condolences to her and the family and the Taneatua Wamani communities.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to add to that too. Diane Yalden was a real strong supporter of the JP Federation in the local district. Plus she's also a member of the Taneatua Brigade on the administration side and done over 26, 27 years in that. So her passing is going to be a real blow to a lot of people from a lot of different organisations, and I just want to acknowledge that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So the agenda for today for the briefing, we'll start with local waters done well, followed by the Seal Extension Policy Review, morning tea break, and then we'll have Speed Management Plan and an update on the Whakatane District Business Plan. So, welcome very much to, we've got Nick and Robin online from Martin Jenkins, and Bevan and Ian, we'll turn the floor over to you to inform us.
Morena koutou. Welcome to our second workshop on local water done well as we start to narrow our plans down to options for consideration in terms of the water service delivery plans we need to prepare by next year. I'll let Ian introduce the team from Martin Jenkins and talk a bit about the work that he's done with them with other councils as well. So at the time of our last workshop, we were sort of working through the contract with Martin Jenkins and getting them, providing them with information. But yeah, really great to have them on board to help us through this process.
Actually, just before you start, Jen, we can also just welcome Stuart Henderson, the Chair of the Risk and Assurance Committee, with us being a pretty key part of our infrastructure and expense. Welcome, Stuart.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Kia ora. So back on the 23rd of October, you gave some pretty clear direction about some of the preferred options, and that was really looking at, could we go as a standalone option for council for future water service delivery, and also looking at a regional entity. Since then, as Bevan mentioned, we've contracted Martin Jenkins. Martin Jenkins works with many councils throughout New Zealand and basically helps provide some methodology to that decision making. So really, I'll pass over to Nick and Robin in a moment, and they can talk through what that methodology will be, how they'll assess that, and then obviously the aim is by the end of by the end of December, that we'll come to you for some decision making on potential options that we can then look to take out to the community next year. I work with Martin Jenkins closely at Thames Coromandel on exactly the same thing, and it's been a pleasure working with them. So I'll maybe just hand over to Robin and Nick unless there's any questions.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, ko Nick Davis, Toko Ingoa. Thanks very much for your time today, and we're looking forward to this session and so providing you with an update on this work. Just for reference, my background, I've been working pretty much for the last 5 years on water services reform, both under the previous government's reform program and then more latterly local water done well. And as Ian said, we've been working across a number of different councils, including Thames Coromandel District, but also I think we're up to about a dozen councils currently that we've done work on or work with over the last 6 months. So hopefully through that experience as well, that will help us ensure that we can bring those kind of broader perspectives to the Whakatane district considerations. Just ask Robin briefly to introduce herself too, and then we'll sort of get into it.
Tēnā tātou, ko Robin tōku ingoa, no ahuriri ahau, kei te whanganui atara, ahau I noho ana. So originally from Napier, I'm based in our Wellington office now. I think Nick's covered most of our sort of context for this. I think my first involvement with water was actually the indicative business case for what ended up being Taumata Arawai. So it's been a little while now. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you. And would you mind just sharing our slides, Robin, as well? So just in terms of what we are going to cover today, as Ian said, we've been asked to support the council with 2 stages of work pre-Christmas. So one is looking at the current service delivery arrangements within Whakatane district and essentially looking at those in the context of the new requirements under local water done well. So we're going to step through our approach that we're taking to that aspect today, and also touch on the high level options assessment. And it's quite important to us today that we get to hear from you about what you are thinking about in terms of those options, and also how you would think about assessing those options. So we're going to spend most of the time today on that. There's quite a lot of material that was pre-circulated ahead of the workshop, sort of a background. We will work through those slides, but I'm going to sort of rattle through the first stages of that in the interest of getting to the points where we can kind of get your input. But we'll just briefly recap on some of those requirements under local water done well, walk you through the framework that we're using to look at the current state, and we'll touch as well on some of the indicative findings from that review, and then spend a bit of time on the service delivery model options and assessment framework before finishing on next steps. So the main things that we're wanting to get out of today is just to get you across and familiar with the framework we're using for the current state review, and answer any questions you've got about that. Just to present back, and this is really, we're aware that you've already had a discussion through the workshop on what options are being considered, so we will just flesh those out a little bit further and just confirm that, get any feedback from you on the further options to be assessed, and then finally get some input from you on the strategic objectives, which are the sort of the criteria against which we'll be assessing options. And again, we're aware that you've had a sort of a workshop on that, and we've sort of captured the output for that and fed that into our thinking. So recapping on local water done well key requirements, I'm not going to spend much time on that. You'll be aware that the water services delivery plan requirements, they're due in September next year. A key focus of that is the government asking councils to demonstrate how their services will be financially sustainable into the future, and we'll talk in more detail about that. There is new legislation about to be introduced in December, the Local Government Water Services Bill. It's quite a major piece of legislation, and that will provide for the future service delivery options, as well as setting out the future regulatory requirements. And there's quite a lot of change coming towards the local government sector through that bill, including new planning and accountability arrangements for water services. So we'll touch briefly on elements of that, but that's a pretty significant bill to look at once that's introduced, and potentially consider submitting into that legislative process. And that's just the legislative timeline there. So yeah, we're already quite a way through the government's legislative agenda with just that third bill to come, and those water services delivery plans due in September. Just a little bit more on water services delivery plans. So these are quite significant documents. They require councils to set out and describe the current state of water services delivery, looking at across the domains of asset quality, service performance, and the constraints and risks impacting on delivery of water services. But the main purpose of them really is the forward-looking component. So councils are being asked to describe their future service delivery arrangements, including the operating and capital expenditure associated with those, and how they're proposing to kind of fund and finance those services into the future. And a key aspect of that is demonstrating how water services will comply with the regulatory requirements into the future. So quite a big exercise, and there's a formal decision-making and consultation process around those plans as well that we'll also touch on. One key consideration here with the water services delivery plans is what time horizon you want to look at your service delivery over. The plan has a minimum requirement to consider 10 years, consistent with the sort of the LTP time horizon, but there is the option available to councils to look at water services delivery over a longer time horizon and submit up to 30-year water services delivery plans. So that's probably something you're going to need to consider in December and make a decision around. Just briefly on the terms of the decision-making and consultation process. So there are some quite specific statutory requirements in the Act in terms of what councils need to do before they submit their water services delivery plan. So councils are required to consult on at least two options before making a decision around their preferred service delivery arrangements. At least one of those options needs to be either a water services CCO or a joint arrangement with other councils. The expectation is that that option is compared against your existing service delivery arrangements. In terms of meeting the sort of the timeframes around local water done well, as I said, those plans are required to be submitted in early September, which realistically means that by Christmas, you need to be in a position to determine the shortlist of options that you intend to consult on, prepare the materials and consult communities in and around sort of March or April before making a decision on your preferred option towards the middle of next year, so that the water services delivery plan can be prepared, including an implementation plan, and submitted by early September. And just to round out what we are focused on pre-Christmas, so as I mentioned at the start, there's two stages. The first is that current state review. So we'll walk you through the framework that we're taking to that. That framework is the same framework that we've been applying when we've looked and worked with other councils. So there's been quite good acceptance of that, and it's also highly aligned to the assessment framework that the Department of Internal Affairs will be using when they look at councils' water services delivery plans. And it's also aligned to the statutory requirements around ring fencing and financial sustainability, which we'll briefly touch on. The second part of our work pre-Christmas is that high-level options assessment. So we're taking the sort of the output from that previous workshop and building on that, and essentially doing a comparative assessment of the options with a view to providing you with some analysis and advice to support council's consideration of those options. So I'm now just going to briefly talk through the approach that we're taking to the current state review, and by all means happy to take questions at any point as we sort of run through this. I just want to sort of start by touching on the ring fencing and the financial sustainability requirements. So I think you've probably had some information on this. These are key lenses that are being put across the water services delivery plans, and they will be statutory requirements in the new legislation as well. So ring fencing essentially is a requirement that water services be separated in a financial sense from council's non-water activities. So in practice, it's a requirement that water revenues or revenues collected through water targeted rates or other charges are only spent on water services, and also that there is transparency, including separate accounting around water services activities. So this will likely mean in the future that councils will be required to produce separate financial statements for water services and have those audited. They are likely to be requirements in the new legislation. Where councils are delivering services or continuing to deliver services through in-house business units, there's also an expectation that there's transparency around shared cost as well, and that borrowing for water activities is clearly identified as separate from non-council water services. And the underlying rationale for these ring fencing proposals from the government is essentially to ensure that water services are able to stand on their own 2 feet.
Excuse me, Nick, we've got a question from Mayor Luca.
Thank you.
Previously, they used the term balance sheet separation. Is ring fencing, is it interchangeable, those two terms, or are there some precise difference?
They're not quite. Yeah, thank you. They're not quite interchangeable. So this is more of a financial separation concept. So the ability to clearly see separate accounts. In terms of balance sheet separation, that's often linked to independence from a financing point of view, and becomes relevant when you're looking at some of those CCO or other structural options. But ring fencing doesn't require structural separation or changes to actual service delivery models. It's just a way of ensuring that there is transparency and accountability around the financial management of those services.
And can I just ask one? Well, while you're at it, on a previous slide, it talks about water regulation, water infrastructure needed to meet regulatory requirements and provide for growth. Now, I've carefully looked at drinking water regulations, not so much the other ones. And there is essentially no difference between the current regulations as implemented by Tangata Arawai and legislated for in 2021 and the 2008 drinking water standards. So we meet those now. We always have met them with a few non-compliance issues once in a while that are transitory usually. But this whole issue of meeting regulatory standards is quite tricky, since they seem to have not decided what they all are yet, and we won't know till, I believe, about December, which leaves us 9 months or whatever to actually shape everything that depends on regulatory standards. So would we be within our rights to protest the way this is being done?
Well, certainly there is. You're absolutely correct. There is some uncertainty, particularly with regards to future wastewater environmental performance standards. And you may be aware that Taumata Arawai, the Water Services Authority, will be consulting on new proposals in next year around that. So there is some uncertainty around, the level to which that wastewater treatment plants and discharges, for example, need to be upgraded to kind of meet those future requirements. I think pretty much every council's making the same observation as you are, in that there's a sense that there's sort of a moving target around that. But that's part of the context that we will need to plan for. And it does make it more challenging, but not impossible to grapple with.
Well, I mean, my point is, how do you plan for something you don't know? You don't really know, unless they remain pretty much static, as has happened with drinking water standards. But anyway, thanks.
Yeah, there is just on that, it is challenging, and there is provision, I guess, within the water services delivery plans to set out the assumptions that councils have made around, and it particularly has a bearing when it comes to the costs of upgrades to wastewater treatment plants, because I think you've got about 4 out of 6 of your wastewater treatment plants currently with resource consents expiring in 2026. So when it comes to provisioning of capital expenditure to upgrade those plants to meet future regulatory requirements, that's where it becomes quite challenging, as you say.
Thank you, Nick. We've got a question from CE, Steve. Good morning, Steve.
Morena tātou and morena Leslie. Hi Nick. Hey, can you just, camera's not working, I'll figure that out later. Hey, can you just give me an example of where a council can spend water rates on anything but water services? I mean, our whole LTP, which is audited, is about the relationship between the rates we collect and what we spend it on. Can you give me some examples of where they collect water rates and then spend it on something else?
I suspect there aren't a lot of examples, Steve. It's one of the issues is around how shared costs are allocated across water services and other council activities. So that may be an area where there is some potential cross-subsidisation between different services, but we haven't come across, I don't think I've come across any councils that where there's obvious examples of that. One other thing possibly to note though is that when it comes to the viability and sustainability assessment, one of the things that we look at is the sort of the operating surpluses and deficits associated with water activities, and if there is significant deficits being operated, then they need to come from somewhere. But yeah, there aren't a lot of examples. I think these proposals essentially though are going to bring a lot of transparency to the financial management of water services in a way that there hasn't necessarily been previously.
Thank you. We've also got a question from John.
Yeah, thank you. Morning, everybody. I guess top of my mind is how much it costs and how much people can afford to pay as to what level of service and what you're going to do in the end of the day, isn't it? So where does that sit with you guys?
Yeah, so we, if you maybe just hold that question, we will come on to that shortly when we present the framework, but it's absolutely central to what we're looking at.
Thank you. And a question from Stuart.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Nick and Robin. This the ring fencing slide at the moment, it refers to the water-related revenues being ring fenced and being targeted. But what about what about going the other way in the sense of councils that are possibly subsidising their existing water services through non-water related rates and general rates? What's happening with that element, please?
Yeah, so as we understand it, there's nothing in the future legislation that will prevent water services from being funded partly through general rates, as a number of councils do currently. It's simply the expectation is that there is transparency around the share or portion of that general rates revenue that is being used to kind of fund the water services. So there will be there'll need to be a methodology essentially around that, and on rates, bills and things, there'll need to be transparency around what portion is going towards water services.
Oh, okay. So that means, if we ultimately are looking at two sets of financials, you've got a set of financials, water, set of financials for rest of council. You're going to see some form of consolidation. That if that council is not able to wash its face in relation to water specific charges, it's going to be very clear how much is being subsidised and from where it's being subsidised.
That's right, and you already have an element of that in your funding impact statements.
Yep.
So
Yes.
councils are currently allocating, shared overhead costs across the different activity groups. So what's proposed here is essentially just a formalisation of that.
Right. Thank you. I will say that I've been getting very mixed messages. So I was under the impression that there was a restriction on being able to subsidise, but what you're saying is it's just going one way. It's just ensuring that water revenues are very specific and are targeted specifically to water services.
That's true of the ring fencing part, but then there's another part which is related to financial sustainability, which we'll come on to now.
Okay. Thank you.
And so the sort of second leg of the stool, if you like, in terms of the assessment of future plans, is that the Act defines what financial sustainability means in the context of water services delivery, and there are essentially kind of three components of that. So the first is revenue sufficiency. So what this means is that there is sufficient revenue, however collected through a combination of targeted rates or general rates or other fees and charges, that there's sufficient revenue in total to cover the costs of water services delivery. So that includes all of the operating costs, as well as the depreciation and the interest and debt servicing costs. So that is essentially seeking to prevent any kind of cross-subsidisation from occurring and ensuring that there's adequate revenue being collected for water. And you may be aware that there's a range of different practices across councils and across the country currently, particularly when it comes to, for example, the recovery of depreciation. And so that revenue sufficiency requirement in some cases will require councils to relook at their existing rating approach. The next component of that financial sustainability test is investment sufficiency. So this is really answering that question around whether there's, in terms of the projected capital program and CapEx projections, whether there is sufficient provision within that program for the investment required to meet regulatory requirements, including, and if there is non-compliance currently, ensuring that the upgrades are planned for required to achieve that compliance. So there's quite a bit of uncertainty in that area, and some further work being undertaken currently with Tonkin and Taylor looking at that in terms of the council's current plans. And then thirdly is the financing sufficiency. So this is looking at the question of whether that forward set of financial projections can be financed through LGFA or some other arrangement whilst remaining within sort of prudent borrowing limits. So those are the kind of the three legs of the stool that we'll talk about when it comes to assessing viability and sustainability of the current service delivery model. So Robin, if you just want to move on.
Just before Nick and Robin, I just want to check with Councillor Puller that your question was answered, your previous question.
The suggestion was that it's later in the paper, but for me,
I think. Sorry.
Yeah, we talk about being able to borrow more money and all that sort of stuff, but you still got to pay for it. And this is why I think, for me anyway, I don't want to get bogged down about it, but I think the point gets missed that the regulation level is up here somewhere, but the district can only pay for this amount of level. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've also got a question from Mayor Luca.
Yeah, well, the point on regulation doesn't get missed. I've been saying it for months, well, maybe years. But anyway, you've got investment sufficiency. Is the projected level of investment sufficient to meet regulatory requirements for growth? So there you've got an equation with two unknowns, one being the regulatory one, which I just mentioned before, and the other one is the growth. So if we had zero growth and regulation stayed the same, our current level of investment would be adequate. So how do you deal with the growth thing? I mean, again, what are we going to make? More assumptions. There's so many assumptions going to be in this thing that who knows what validity it's going to have by the end of it.
Yeah, because it's a fair comment. Essentially, to a certain extent, the council's already doing that through its LTP, and so as part of that process, you're making assumptions around what that forward growth profile looks like. So a similar approach will need to be taken in relation to water services delivery plans.
Thank you. We've also got a question from Bevan and Ian.
Ian wanted to respond to
So,
that question.
so just to add to that, so we will use exactly the same assumptions that's in the LTP at the moment as far as growth. For growth, so we'll just use exactly what's in the LTP at the moment for growth now. Whether that's right or wrong, we'll just use those assumptions because you've had reports done around that growth.
So it's the people of today that have to pay for the growth of tomorrow, or the assumed growth of tomorrow.
Yep. And look, and again, we can change any of those assumptions as we go through this process if you feel that those assumptions aren't quite correct. But if you think that they're correct, we need to plan for that. And I think that's what this then forces us to do, really assess that, really understand, are those assumptions correct? Is that what we should be building for? You can change those assumptions as we go along, but we've used a baseline for what's in your LTP just now, because we realise that you've spent some time working through that recently.
Yeah, it's just the words of Shamaville ringing in my ears saying, don't even try and guess growth because you're always going to be wrong.
Sure. So again, that's why we are going, we don't want to try and re-guess what's already been tabled. We'll just use that as a baseline, but as we work through the process, if that needs to change, we can then talk about that.
I'd just like to comment on that one as well, and that's one of the reasons why we're undertaking a revenue rating review for Three Waters. Part of that conversation will be, have we got financial contributions, development contributions set at the right levels? Are we incentivising growth, or are we asking growth to pay for growth? And those will have different outcomes in terms of what levels you set those. Okay. So we're aiming to work through that so you've got good, robust information to put into the water service delivery plans around how do you fund growth in the future.
Well, I think it's worth mentioning that government has all the levers for it. So if they decide that they're going to adopt a policy of rapid growth, then it's going to be foisted onto us.
Yeah. And then, sorry, I had a question for Nick. The government wants us to be financially sustainable by 2028, but you've got that investment sufficiency measure in there which is aiming for investment to meet regulatory requirements. But obviously we won't have all of those regulatory requirements delivered by 2028. So where does that, how do you see that one playing out?
Yeah, so we think this is an area of ambiguity in the policy currently. It's something that we are following up with the department on. Our interpretation of that currently is that by that time frame, your future service delivery arrangements have been put in place with forward capital plans that will result in council achieving compliance over time, because we agree that it's not realistic in many cases for all of the investment to have been planned procured, delivered, and in place by that time period. But I think what the government will be looking for is that there is a forward plan and a service delivery model that is capable of delivering that into the future.
Thank you. Robin, are you going on to the next slide, are you?
Yep. So I think this is the slide that will hopefully pick up the earlier question that we sort of didn't address. So this is how we're approaching the assessment of the current state. So firstly, we spend a bit of time understanding your operating context, and the council's got really good documentation around its asset management plans, infrastructure strategy, LTP projections, and we've also discussed with your council officers some of the issues and challenges. So we start with an understanding of that context. We then look across the current service performance, network performance, compliance, and customer service as to understand where the potential areas for improvement are, particularly in terms of that compliance area. And then we look at sort of the cost drivers, and it's really with a view to ensuring that we've got a set of financial projections that are kind of consistent with those statutory requirements. And as Ian said, as a starting point, we've taken your LTP as the basis for that. We then apply the sort of the 5 criteria in the sort of bottom right-hand corner. I won't go into all of the detail about this additional material in the slide pack, and we're happy to sort of take questions at a later point. But essentially, that's looking at those 3 legs of the financial sustainability requirements, being revenue sufficiency, investment sufficiency, and financial sufficiency. And we note that affordability is not part of that, and that goes to the earlier question. It is critical, obviously, for councils to understand the implications for affordability in their communities, and so as part of our assessment, we also kind of bring that in, and it becomes particularly relevant, obviously, when considering differences between alternative service delivery models. So we do incorporate affordability into our assessment. And then the 5th element there is resource sufficiency. So this is really looking at the question of has the council got the capability, the resources, the capacity internally that it requires to deliver on that forward plan. So we'll also include that as part of our analysis. I think we can kind of skip the next ones, Robin, in the interest of time. So just before we move on to the high-level options assessment, I did want to give you a very brief readout on sort of the indicative findings. We're still in the process, obviously, of finalising that assessment, and that will be being brought to you as part of a formal report on the 12th of December. But I just want to kind of give you the headlines from that, because that provides pretty important context as we move into the next section. So at the moment, our assessment is that your current LTP is unlikely to meet the financial sustainability requirements under local water done well. In terms of investment sufficiency, there is some non-compliance currently with drinking water quality assurance rules, but particularly there are those upgrades to 4 of the 6 wastewater treatment plants that are likely to be required to meet future consent requirements. And whilst there's some uncertainty around what those future regulatory requirements are likely to be, the expectation is that they will be at a higher standard than the current discharges. So that we note that the LTP did not fund the allocation for the anticipated capital works associated with those wastewater treatment plant upgrades, and so that LTP CapEx program is unlikely to meet that investment sufficiency requirement. In terms of on the revenue, so for drinking water and stormwater, they look relatively in order. For wastewater, however, there is cumulative deficits planned over the next 10 years, totaling around $18 million. So that's an average of about 5% of revenue per year. So again, when it comes to the wastewater activities, that's unlikely to meet that revenue sufficiency requirement just based on the LTP projections. And then thirdly, on financing sufficiency, currently you've got a borrowing program that sees water debt to revenue reach about 360% in 27-28. But if you were to add that additional investment required to deal with those compliance issues, then that's likely to put significant additional pressure on the sort of the financing element as well. So, and just to kind of round out the picture, based on an initial look at the affordability challenges, you currently are projecting that water charges will exceed 2.5% of median household income by year 2 of the LTP and continue to increase following that. So there's some pretty significant affordability challenges there as well, which I know that the council's already aware of. So all of that suggests to us, based on our kind of indicative sort of assessment, that there are some quite significant challenges with the ongoing viability and sustainability of water services delivery on a standalone basis for Whakatane District Council.
We've got a question from John Puller. Thanks, John.
So thank you again. Don't want to keep harping on, but in light of the comments you've just made, are government thinking about the affordability thing, or they know about it, or where are they at with all that?
Look, I can't really comment too much on what the government thinks, but I guess the comment I could make is that in terms of the Local Government Water Services Preliminary Arrangements Act, which is the legislation that requires councils to prepare water services delivery plans, the concept of affordability is not really in there. It's not part of that financial sustainability definition, as we mentioned. So I think the government's expectation, and based on comments ministers have made, is that if affordability is a challenge, the expectation is that councils are seriously considering alternative water services delivery models, including joint arrangements with other councils to try to address some of those challenges. But I can't speak for the government or ministers, sorry.
We've got a question from Victor and then Wilson.
What things, costs, are determined by what you think you need to do or what you want to do? So if I take as an example the Whakatane wastewater treatment plant for the town, it presently has 6,500 connections. It has a capacity for 18,500. The current practice has been in play for almost half a century, 40 years. It's been found to be adequate. Nobody can prove that there's anything wrong with it. What would be the drivers then for raising the bar? Well, where would they come from? I mean, you'd have to prove harm. You'd have to prove something was wrong with your current practice. Just for that example I'm talking about, there are others that don't make that aren't in that situation. But for the biggest plant that we've got, that's the current situation as I know it. Because if we were, having deleterious effects by what we're doing, we would have to change it. What's the drivers?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, Bevan, if you want to sort of comment on the specifics in terms of the Whakatane wastewater treatment issues, but really that's a question for the regulators, and this is sort of what they're grappling with in relation to national wastewater environmental performance standards, which will deal with discharges and sort of the standards that all councils will need to meet around that. So that is something that there are new proposals coming on that they will be consulting on next year. We don't know exactly where that's going to land, but I do know that the government is is concerned about the costs of upgrades. And I think the part of the reason ministers have asked for that, for Taumata Arawa to do that work, is with a view to finding more cost-effective solutions for communities. So that is a key driver, is to get that balance right between environmental protection and the cost and affordability for communities. But Bevan, I don't know if you can comment specifically on,
I can probably comment a bit more in relation to Whakatane. So Whakatane's quite a different scenario to the other wastewater oxidation ponds we have, which discharge into freshwater. Previous consents are more about discharging volumes rather than water quality. So the current consenting environment is about, the quality of the discharge. Again, there's that uncertainty around what the wastewater standards are going to change to when we get that information in December. So we'll be able to put that lens over it. At the moment, the driver is compliance, consenting timeframes, and then ultimately what's the discharge look like, which determines the treatment process things need to go through. So, we're in a bit of a situation where there's a whole bunch of unknowns. But that's where the big dollars of the water service delivery plans are going to be, and that's the reason why we had to push out a significant proportion of our CapEx in the LTP.
Thank you, Bevan. Wilson, your question, please.
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me because I was looking at it maybe a little bit too simplistically, but in one of your previous, thank you, in one of your previous slides, you've got borrowing seems to come up quite a bit. Affordability is right down the bottom. We're trying to concentrate on drinking water standards, which to me, there's been a couple of cases through the country over the last 20-something years, but nothing really major. One of them was a bit major, but nothing untoward. Stormwater is sort of under control. We never know, you never know what stormwater you're going to need, but right through the nation, wastewater is a problem. So why don't we just concentrate on wastewater to start with before we worry about offloading all these costs on the stormwater and the drinking water standards? Why don't we just concentrate on working on wastewater, because that affects a lot of councils through the country?
Again, I probably can't comment too much on that. I mean, our focus is on supporting the council to comply with the current government process requirements around water services delivery plans. So those plans are required to look at each of the three water activities, so water supply, wastewater, and stormwater. And those are legislated requirements that are driving that. Separate question around whether the focus should be on those three things, but certainly that's the requirement currently for the plans. Just in the interest of time, we might sort of skip ahead to slide 20, because we do want to make sure that we kind of cover this off. Robin, can I hand to you at this point?
Thanks, Nick. So sort of as we said out at the start, really importantly for us today is to get agreement from you, to get your input and get agreement of how we will assess the options for you. So we've got two slides that I'll talk to. The first one is strategic objectives that are really important and take into account your context. And then there are some other things that we think are important to consider, but they're not necessarily unique to your context. So I'll quickly talk through these two, and then the most important part is getting discussion and so on, getting your feedback. So we'll move to that. So just quickly in terms of how these were arrived at. So the draft objectives have considered the legislative and regulatory requirements for water services delivery that are coming up. We've gone through all of your sort of strategic documents, so pulling in those community outcomes, your specific objectives and priorities, in particular as set out in the LTP. We've incorporated some of the priorities expressed in our engagement with council officers to date, and it sounds like some of those, I mean, they certainly reflect, obviously, your priorities as well, particularly around that affordability. And we also had a look over the criteria you used in the previous exercise around looking at options. So we've tested these with council officers, but today is a chance to get your input. So I'll just run through the elements that underpin these objectives. So, for example, the first objective there around efficient, financially sustainable, affordable delivery of water services includes meeting all of those financial sustainability and ring fencing requirements, ensuring resources are effectively and efficiently managed, and obviously, really importantly, that water charges are affordable for your ratepayers. The second is around protecting and promoting public health and environment, and that is really focused on understanding the extent to which each option will support investment to maintain your existing assets and meet regulatory requirements, including for those sort of drinking water and environmental resource consent. Workforce capability and capacity. This relates to the models itself, so not specifically around employment by council, but it's essentially saying under each option, is there a good, strong workforce with a healthy pipeline available to deliver water services? Enabling development and growth outcomes is not only about investment sufficiency, but it's how easy each of the different options enable integrated planning and decision making, so that your water infrastructure planning is well informed and it's going in the right places, integrated with your spatial planning and so on. The resilience objective looks at how each of those options would provide for investment to meet current and future resilient needs, so similar to the points above, and how that integrates with planning. Meeting the needs of your communities, sorry, I've skipped around a bit, is about ensuring that local voice and influence and making sure that the model allows delivery of water services in a way that's acting in the best interests both of people now and for future generations. And then responsibilities to Hapu and iwi is about ensuring that the council's obligations to Hapu and iwi are met, and that there's meaningful opportunity for participation, engagement in water services, and the opportunity to effectively influence decisions. So those are sort of the draft set of objectives specific to Waipa. Whakatane.
Can I just make a comment, Robin?
Yeah, sure.
There's a sense of frustration in the room, and the possibility of those objectives all being able to be met, and yet we've got to show some sort of measurement and monitoring for government.
So, absolutely, and so I guess the purpose of these objectives is that comparative analysis. So when we look across the different options, how well will those different models be able to meet them? And in terms of, whether or not the current state sort of meets those, and then, would there be better options under would you be better able to make those objectives under a multi-council option, etc. So it is a comparative exercise.
Any other thoughts from anybody? Just carry, because it does go back to John and the Mayor's comments about affordability, and if we set the only objective was to promote public health affordably, that would completely change the whole thing, but that's not going to meet any of the government's requirements.
I mean, they're in a sort of a catch-22.
Yeah.
They are trying to promote economic growth, which itself is going to fuel more consumption, which means you've got to put on more infrastructure. And there is the problem we've generated over 40 years. Let's grow, and infrastructure never kept up. So this is not something that just happened yesterday. This has been growing and growing.
All right, but what you would like us to give some guidance today on these objectives, is that correct?
Indeed, yeah. Are these the right things to be assessing the options against?
All right, we're still thinking, so carry on.
Yeah. So this next page, as I sort of pointed out, is that those strategic objectives need to capture what's specifically important to your council, but there are other things you'll want to consider when you are making those decisions around your preferred models and which you'll consult on. So when we look across each of the options, we'll also sort of set out implementation and transition considerations, because they will each option will have different potential challenges and risks around those. The timing and durability of benefits. So the options are also likely to differ in terms of the degree to which the model presents potential benefits and when those are likely to be realised. And the certainty of the option. So that's sort of around the viability of the option for the council to consider right now, given the timeframes for where you're heading. For example, there's no formal commitment right now from potential partners for a multi-council option, or where the design of options isn't sufficiently advanced. So applying that lens across the options. And then also looking at the impact on the rest of council. So ensuring that the rest of council is viable once a future state's implemented, and that's about meeting your obligations under the Local Government Act and delivering to your community's needs and expectations. So other sort of considerations that we'll sort of set out in our analysis.
Yeah, Victor.
Can I ask you if anybody has yet proven that the CCO model actually outperforms any other model? Is there any proof on the table for that? Or are we just guessing?
Well, what we do know from, international jurisdictions is that, these reforms have been undertaken in a number of different places. Most of the Australian states, Scotland, England and Wales, for example. And there's been a transition in a number of those places over time from municipally run water services into, regulated water companies. And where that has happened, not in every instance, and there are some pretty high-profile examples of failures as well, including Thames Water in the UK, if you're familiar with that. But on the whole, there are examples where the aggregation of service delivery into those types of utility structures have delivered benefit, and that also includes examples where there are multi-council owned water services companies as well. So Tas Water is an example of that. For example, there are also examples in Brisbane of water utilities that are owned by multi-council shareholders.
Thank you. Stuart, you've got a question?
Yeah, that one kind of cuts to the heart of what my question, Nick, which is, we've seen a lot of international, case studies, and we've seen, a lot of the work around CCOs and CCTOs has primarily in this country been driven by economy of scale. And what I'm not seeing at the moment in relation to Three Waters is, or Local Water done well, is any work on the CCO model in relation to what's the minimum economy of scale we're really dealing with. I know I've got my thoughts on what that minimum is, and how does one define an economy of scale. It's probably, given where all of this is going to, is around the affordability aspect, which is debt in some respects, in brutal sense. So what are you seeing? You've mentioned that you're doing 6 councils. You're going a long way towards providing each of those councils something that's relevant to them, their geographical fits, their relationships with other bordering councils, especially when it comes to shared services and other things. And you're also probably, I guess, I don't know the 6 you're dealing with, but I mean, you're going to have a real variance in economy of scale here. So what's your thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, so to a large extent, that is what you're asking for is the results of the assessment that we'll be bringing to you in December. So I don't want to sort of prejudge that too much, but I guess what I can say is that firstly, each region's different. Some regions are relatively advanced in terms of councils collaborating on proposals for joint service delivery. So, for example, in the Wellington region, you've got 10 councils currently, although I think they've just lost a couple, informal discussions around a Wellington region-wide service delivery model. Obviously, that's quite a highly aggregated urban area. In the Waikato, you've got a process called Waikato Water Done Well, being led by Vaughan Payne, which is also reasonably advanced in terms of having a heads of sort of agreement. I guess one of the challenges that we see in the Bay of Plenty currently is that you don't have the same level of formalisation and effort currently, or at least that's our observation, going into the development of either a Bay of Plenty region-wide service delivery model. You do have work, as we understand it, being led through in Tauranga City, looking at some options involving joint council arrangements, including with Western Bay of Plenty. So that is one possibility for Whakatane, is to see whether you could jointly explore something like that with them. So the short answer is there needs to be a process in place to actually kind of formally, formalise those options. What we will be bringing to you, and it'll go to your point around what level of scale do you need to achieve economies. There is quite a lot of evidence around that, and a reasonably key component of that is ensuring that there's at least one major urban area incorporated within a water services delivery, so you have the benefits not only of scale, but also the ability to kind of share costs across broader population bases. So, Tauranga in your region becomes pretty key to the potential for efficiency benefits from any future amalgamated entity in your part of the world. But when we come to you in December, we will be providing you with a report which sets out our analysis, which incorporates those potential efficiencies, and so we'll have more to say about that then. Robin's just picked up a slide which I just want to briefly touch on, because this goes to the heart of the options that we are proposing to assess. So on the left-hand side, you've essentially got your current service delivery model, but obviously that would need to be enhanced to kind of meet the local Water Done Well requirements. We're also proposing to consider a single council-owned water CCO option and a multi-council-owned organisation. And for the purposes of this exercise, in terms of where we are at in the process, for that multi-council option, we'll be looking at a region-wide, so what would a whole of Bay of Plenty option potentially look like, as well as considering a potential sub-regional option, which could, for example, contemplate Whakatane doing something jointly with Tauranga and Western Bay, just as a sort of a indication of what those alternatives might look like. At this stage, we're not proposing to take forward the consumer trust options. They won't be able to access borrowing from LGFA, and given the financial projections that we've been looking at, we don't think it's viable for those options to be able to stand alone and sort of be viable in the short term. And also we're proposing to discount a non-asset owning management CCO, because we just don't think the benefits are going to be there, and similarly they are not going to be able to that would not be able to access that LGFA borrowing either. So those are essentially the options, and we've sort of distilled those slightly further on the next slide. And just conscious of time, so we just want to make sure that get any sort of feedback on these options, including if there's any others that you think we should be assessing.
And sorry, can I just add, in relation to the trust, I did follow up with Trust Horizon following the last workshop, and David Glover, the chair, was quite clear that they would not be able to support any funding around this because their deed is very specific against energy-related items, and he was saying the chances of them actually changing their deed to support this type of activity would be extremely difficult.
Thanks, Ian. We're still thinking, so carry on through the last few slides. Thanks, Nick and Robin.
Thanks. So we might just jump to the next steps one then. Conscious this is a lot of information. You'll get a second bite at this when we come to you with our report in December. At that point, we'll be seeking resolutions essentially to kind of confirm the options to be developed for the purposes of consultation next year. We've put an indicative timeframe in here, which would see consultation occurring around March or April next year, followed by a decision towards the middle of next year to confirm the future service delivery arrangements that you want to include within your water services delivery plan. So notwithstanding that plans aren't due until early September next year, when you sort of step back and consider those decision-making consultation requirements, it's quite a compressed timeline in terms of meeting the government's timelines. Ian, is there anything you want to add in terms of next steps or other work that's happening?
I think just to add, so this is obviously one piece of work that's happening as far as local water done well, and this is to support decision making, to support the water service delivery. 2025. In addition to this, we've contracted Tonkin and Taylor to do a review of specifically the wastewater investment that was moved out into kind of years 10 to 20. And the whole purpose of that is really to stress test those estimates that are in there. And the purpose behind that is the cost that we're putting for those wastewater treatment plants was based on what was prepared previously for Three Waters reform, which was an unconstrained budget. So that unconstrained budget is, if you had all the money in the world, if you had all the resources in the world, what would it take to be compliant? And that's what's in the LTP in those future years. But what we really want to do is have a look at those costs that are in those future years and say, is that what we actually need in order to meet compliance? So we're getting Tonkin and Taylor in to really assess those costs with the team, because when those costs were originally estimated, it was very much in that if you had no constraints. Now we know that we've got constraints, so we're reassessing those costs and those estimates for CapEx delivery. So that piece of work is happening. And in addition, there's some work underway, again, as Bevan mentioned, on the rating review, which will help support the decision making as well.
Thanks, Ian. We've got a question from Gavin, and then anybody else has got
Yeah, thank you everyone for, it's a really interesting paper this, and it's obviously got numerous challenges within it, and obviously the biggest one is the fact that we have to meet the needs and expectations of the Whakatane district communities. And from what Ian's just said, and was one of my first questions, is who decides what the needs and expectations of the Whakatane district council communities, and does the government have a standard which they believe is the basic requirements, which is totally opposed by affordability? But obviously we're doing a study on that at the moment.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously there's the regulation standards, and Mayor noted the actual standards haven't changed significantly, with the new standards from a water perspective. The wastewater ones are going to be the interesting ones that come up, and because we don't know what they're going to actually change, if they are going to change significantly or not. So again, that's one to keep an eye out on the wastewater standards. But the drinking water ones, we're quite clear about what they are, and they've not really changed over that period of time. What we do want to do is make sure that the investment plans that are in the LTP aren't gold-plated, I suppose, is making sure that they will meet the sufficiency requirements of the regulations but aren't gold-plated. So that's what we're doing that assessment around just now.
So there lies my other point, is that Nick's just told us earlier on that the government is becoming more and more aware of the fact that smaller councils like us that have only got 17,000 ratepayers have really not got the ability to meet the expectations of the government to be planning for the needs of our communities, but this amazing thing of financially sustainable and affordable to the communities. Now, Nick, you said that they're becoming aware of that, and so they're doing some more work on that. Is that correct?
Well, the driver for the government asking Taumata Arawai to develop national environmental performance standards is to set standards in a way that take it out of the discretion of the regional council every time individual wastewater treatment plant needs to be consented, and to provide greater certainty to everyone around exactly what those standards are going to be. So it's an attempt to standardise and simplify the requirements so that they can be better anticipated and planned for when resource consents expire. And I think there's a stated objective from the government as part of that to kind of redress the balance between, the level at what the standards set at and the cost and the affordability. But like Ian says, until we actually see those proposals, it's very difficult to assess whether they're going to get that balance right.
So that lies the fact too that we're here trying to make decisions now on something the government's going to finalise next year. I remember talking to Jim Bradley years ago in regard to the sewage situation, and he is saying that in regard to some of our limits running out in 2026, that he had known back then of a number of councils where their consents were out of date by at least 20 years and no one was doing anything about it. So I'd be interested as to how severe the government is going to be in making councils front up to their failures to meet the regulations, and will there be some understanding on the fact that a number of smaller councils like ours just can't afford it. So one of the other questions I have in that is, like those two are opposing financial sustainability as opposed to the needs to do things. But then the other one is when you talk about going into partnership with other councils, and you've mentioned Tauranga and Western Districts. My understanding was that Tauranga and Western Districts are off doing their own thing. Rotorua's doing their own thing. Waikato's doing their own thing. Kawerau and Aotearoa feel that they're all good by themselves, so it doesn't actually leave us any choice, does it? So does it have to be a neighbouring council? And if you haven't got any choice, is there a bit of support from the government to help you do your own thing?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, firstly, there is no requirement that the water companies are made up by contiguous districts, so they don't need to be next to each other. I do think that it is worth potentially exploring with Tauranga and Western Bay whether there's any interest in extending the work that they're doing to contemplate whakatane as well. I wouldn't rule that out until that's been tested. In terms of the government's support, there is, as we understand it, provision within the there is provision within the Act for the Minister to appoint Crown facilitators to provide support to councils to engage with other councils, either within the region or further afield potentially, but more likely within the region. And so that is something that possibly could be looked at. And Whakatane is not by any means the only council in the country facing this sort of predicament. Northland councils, for example, now that Watercare and Auckland are doing their own thing, also don't have too many options available to them. Places like Gisborne doesn't have too many options available to them. So I think we'll see quite a lot of noise and quite a lot of requests for government support precisely because of the observations that you're making.
Thank you, Nick. We've got Victor, Julie, then John.
You mentioned, I mean, water's specific to regions and all of that, and you talked about some of the CCO models in places like Australia. And I was in Sydney after they'd done one of these restructures, and there was a Giardia outbreak within a few years of it. But I've just got something in front of me that shows their projected costs for water under these new Butte CCO things that they've got, doubling in the next 10 years. It's a sort of a straight line. A lot of that, the $16 billion that they've got to spend, is being driven by growth, so new infrastructure that needs to be developed. And I guess in determining how all of this stuff is going to pay, because growth is a big part of this problem, how is it going to be paid? And they talk about development contribution. So I'm not, as one of the mechanisms, but I'm not sure for us if that development contribution could be made bigger for new structures coming on the system and putting additional pressure, because that's a big one. I don't know what a typical, I've got no idea what somebody who builds a new house has to pay by way of a few $1,000s, isn't it?
Yeah, currently our policy is, I guess, relatively cheap compared to a number of places, but I think if you can, again, attribute the growth to the infrastructure, the actual infrastructure cost, then essentially it's a calculation. It's a percentage or an amount divided by the number of units you're going to get out of it. So yeah, the cost will be per household unit will be reflective of the cost of the infrastructure. That's how it should work. And I guess the reality around that here is, again, it comes to the affordability and your whether it's an incentivising aspect you want to look at and to encourage growth, because some of those numbers will be very large, certainly far larger than what we currently charge.
Thank you. So I am conscious of time for both Nick and Robin and ourselves. So we'll go with Julie and then John. And then I guess if you can lead us back to what we can do to assist you in the next stage. Oh, yeah. Go, Julie.
So mine was just feedback comment. So if Stuart or John have a question, I'm happy to wait till their questions, but I was just going to give feedback. So,
John?
Is yours
Mine's just a comment.
All right. Stuart, do you have a question?
Yeah, mine was to get to to cut to the chase of being able to give you folk what you need in order for you to be able to complete this analysis and finalise a report. The objectives that you ran through with us, Robin, has there been any comparative difference to those objectives that you've articulated and to those that are in our existing LTP?
So the objectives are more expensive, obviously, because it's sort of designed for a different purpose. Sorry.
Yeah, what I mean is, can you highlight for us, please, what's missing? Because that's really what we've got to cut to the chase on, what we've got to understand, what we want and what we need and what we need to do.
What's missing in terms of?
Yeah,
sorry?
what's obviously missing? That would be really helpful. I'm not suggesting that you can give that answer right now, but I think that would be really helpful.
Can I just maybe answer? So just certainly as far as the other 3 or 4 councils I'm involved in, these strategic objectives are quite consistent. I mean, obviously some councils have tailored them specifically for their own needs, but these are very consistent objectives that other councils are using to assess their options going forward. There's nothing missing, for sure. It's just more whether you wanted to add some local, very specific things in there. We feel that we've got them covered from the discussions that we've had with staff, but it was really just your opportunity. Is there anything else key missing from those strategic objectives? But these are very consistent with other councils that we've already run through this process with.
All right, thank you. We've got a question from Victor, and then we'll have some closing comments.
I can see there's a lot to be done and not much time to do it. What if we look like we're not going to make it on time? What happens?
I mean, there is provision in the legislation for councils to request extensions to the timeframes for developing water services delivery plans. However, our understanding is that it's likely that extensions would only be granted if there is if it's to accommodate exploration of a sort of a joint arrangement with other councils because of the additional complexity involved in having to work across multiple councils and the fact that those discussions might take longer. So that's our understanding, and it's also our understanding that if councils, start to get behind in terms of the process, then that is when the government may consider using a Crown facilitator or some other mechanism like that provided for in the legislation to help move it along. So that's our understanding of the sort of the timing of this.
Thank you.
And
Julie?
sorry, can I add, I think that really the time frame risk is if you get to December and your preferred option is going for a regional type approach or a sub-regional partner, and those partners aren't already in place because they're busy doing their own thing, how long that will actually take to set that up, whether they would actually be willing to actually stop what they're doing to, involve Whakatane in those discussions. That's probably the biggest timeframe risk if that is one of your preferred options going into next year, which in reality, that will be one of your options. So I think that's going to be one of your big timeframe risks.
Thank you. Julie?
Thanks. Yeah, I was just at the feedback stage. You just wanted feedback. So I was happy on how the options are assessed and the draft strategic objectives have captured what's needed and meet our strategic objectives and priorities. And the options to be assessed, the 1, 2, 3A and 3B, have captured the most viable options available for delivery for us. So I'm happy with what you've got proposed there.
Thank you.
Julie. John?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. People, I'm looking forward to what you're going to give us, really, and I would hope that in the next session we've got time on our side to not rush. But
Yes.
my view is that, rightly or wrongly, we can't put our head in the sand over it. We could just write our own plan and tell our story, and that's where we get to. And whether we get to the level of compliance or not is another matter, I suppose.
Thank you, John. Thoughts from any other councillors? Yes, Nandor.
Thank you for the work that you've done to bring this to us. Thanks, John. It's been interesting to work through. I think one of the questions that's been raised is around, it becomes academic. If no one wants to play with us, then we can do a lot of work assessing options that kind of go nowhere. And also if the benefits aren't there. So I think Stuart's question was a really good one about what are the economies of scale that can be gained from if we do a collective thing, and how many different councils would need to be in for it to be worth the effort of kind of making that happen. And the other question is, and you kind of touched on it, is around how important is the proximity? So, we heard that there are other councils who are in a similar position, and they don't need to be contiguous, but how significant is that proximity in terms of any actual benefits? And I think that and I understand this is going to be coming out of the analysis, but I think when we go to the community, being able to show some kind of substance around that would be really, really critical, because people, otherwise, what do they have? What's the basis for making a decision? But I think, the options and the criteria that have been developed, I don't have any suggestions of how those might change. So, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Peter, do you have any thoughts?
I'm doing a lot of breathing exercise.
Yes.
Aroha mai, I'm just doing a lot of breathing exercise and some of this. Thank you for the report. In terms of feedback, And unfortunately, all I can say is he kāwana wiriwiri tēnei, he kāwana whakapōrearea tēnei kia tātou. So I will translate this. It is a government that is, I would have to say, to determine that we can, to make a decision on uncertainty is actually arrogant. I could also say that it causes concerns right around our motu. I'm still thanking you for putting this in front of us though, but that's how I feel at the moment.
Thank you.
We still have to get on with Samahi, and I just need to just accept what's going to be in front of me. Unaffordability, unrealistic, and yet we have to work within those kind of frameworks. So that's what I'm going to say.
Thank you, Pira. Wilson, any thoughts or a general agreement to
No, I'll
proceed?
just look forward to what comes up at the next stage, because like Napira, it still doesn't really look pretty to me.
Absolutely correct. Thank you, Wilson. Tu and Gavin, any thoughts?
No, thank you. Thank you for the working team for the options we have here. I mean, I'm not hearing anything from Kawerau or Potiki. It looks like we're on our own in this space. I think we just work towards that. Possibly have a look at what we can do on our own, and work hard on how we can come up with answers for whatever those things the government want from us. It's mind-boggling, yeah.
It's a bit mind-boggling, yes. Thank you, Gavin.
Just what I said before, really. It's like we don't have that many options going forward, but we've been forced into the corner by government, who still, I don't think, have grappled all the nuances of what they're trying to put onto us. And on one stage they say we have to do the basic stuff, but we haven't even got the money to do the basic stuff. So we'll just have to go forward and see what our consultants have for us, really.
All right, well, thank you, everyone, for your thoughts and your contributions. Thank you, Nick.
Hello.
Hang on, I never gave any thoughts.
Oh, sorry, Tony. I didn't realise you were online. Yep.
Oh, kia ora. Sorry, I put my hand up, but I'm not sure if my name was showing. Just also comments, reiterating what everyone else has said, which is that we do have so many constraints that are put on us, including what's been presented today. I think by being quite transparent, it's been mentioned before, and providing information about what process is actually happening for the wider public, so that at least we're doing our part in due diligence. Also the option of pursuing Western Bay Plenty, so that we follow through on a process there to ensure that we do try to connect with the other councils. But it doesn't look well, and everyone has mentioned it in terms of the fiscal side of things. And my concern, I guess, is are those constraints that are being, and pressures being put on us, forcing us into a situation of privatisation. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony, and we'll finish with a comment from Victor. Thank you.
I think that there's a bit of flawed thinking going on upstairs. I mean, at government level, they kind of put themselves in a corner of having to come up with something that seems to me like they're making it up as they go along. But I am taking some comfort from the fact they seem to have understood that they just can't keep pushing regulations up. And I like what I heard you say, Nick, about them talking to regional councils and you know, they seem to have that, and I'm trying to write a letter to the Minister to get a little bit more comfort on that, because I think it's absolutely critical. We are a bit in la-la land, you know, assumption after assumption, trying to get to a line that they've drawn in the sand, and there's nothing good, and then we have to be very realistic about what we can actually achieve, and that the community doesn't have infinitely deep pockets either. So I think I'm just hoping I hear the right things from on the regulatory front.
Well, thank you everyone for your patience. I know we've gone a little bit over time, but it's our most critical information and reports that we've got going forward. Thank you very much, Nick and Robin and Ian and Bevan and the Waters team who have been working through all this. It's always hard because it seems like we're not trying to shoot the messengers. We understand that you're just trying to inform us the best that you can. Ian, have you got a final comment?
Just to say that we'll come back on the 12th of December with a council report around these options with the analysis and against the criteria that we've just discussed for some decision making around that. We do have a little bit of time next year. You'll see that, you know, we've got consultation up there around about March, April. We do have a little bit of time next year if we do need to actually request some support from either, you know, the Minister or through some of our sub-regional partners as well. So we do have a little bit of time, but we'll come back with some recommendations on the 12th of December.
Lovely. Thank you, everybody. We're not scheduled for a break at the moment, but I think we will take a 15-minute break just so we can clear our heads of this before we come on to the seal extensions. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou.
That's better.
That's better, yeah. Apologies. So basically the seal extension policy is up for review again. It has a 3-year cycle for review built into the policy. So we just wanted to check in on aspects of that policy that we think are working, which aren't, and get some views around how we should manage that. We've made some changes to how we implement the policy. So we've looked at refining it a little bit to make it a bit more accurate and provide a bit more benefit for the community. We want to run through just really briefly some of the works we've completed to date, look at what the current seal extension program is, and then some of the forthcoming decisions that we'd like to bring to council just to confirm the policy. So first of all, we'll just go through basically the framework for the policy at the moment. Really quickly, it's built on guidance from council, Waka Kotahi guidance, and consultation with iwi and our communities. So that all feeds into our policy, and then out of the policy falls our prioritisation list, which we then fund through our LTP and our annual plan decisions. There's a little bit of technical moderation just in there to make sure that the program is achieving the best value for money for the community. We're looking at things like the timing of the program to coincide with other works or clumping similarly located projects together. And that all feeds into our asset management plan. Within the policy, it's largely built up on a range of different factors that we've broken down into community and economic assessment. So the community factors measured things that how they affect the community based on traffic and speed, how the receiving environment is affected by dust, so how many houses by ecological sites, and then other site characteristics which make that worse. So is there shelter from the wind? Is there rain frequency regularly, and is it used as a logging truck route? So all of those factors are provided through guidance from NZTA, and we then assess them based on those NZTA criteria, which then feeds into the policy. Now, on the other side of the coin is the economic side, which we look at our community benefits in terms of vehicle operating costs, pavement deterioration, maintenance costs, and also the health benefits to the community, with that health benefit being a really strong driver for that economic assessment. So at the moment within the policy, we've weighted them 60-40, 60 towards those community aspects, 40 towards the economic aspects. And those are all based on some reasonably good evidence that has been provided through research papers with NZTA. So I guess at this point, I just want to sort of pause and just ask the council and members if there's comfort around these factors and how we're currently prioritising those, with that community exposure being more important than the economic side of things. Have we got that balance right, or is there any sort of need to change that?
Any feedback from councillors on that, or you're happy with the 60-40? Thank you. Mayor Victor?
Health benefits, tyre wear particles, how are we factoring that in? Given that I'd be more worried about those than the dust, actually.
Sorry, what? Oh, sorry, what particles?
Tyre wear particles. I mean, it's relatively new realisation that we've come to that they're actually quite polluting, and not very nice stuff.
Yep. So my understanding around the tyre particles is that they largely, and this, to be honest, I haven't looked into this in several years, but the tyre wear particles largely stay on the road surface, being heavier. No? Okay.
If I can jump in, the tyre wear particle impacts is an important thing to consider, but for this particular policy, it's looking at seal extensions to do with dust mitigation, and so tyre wear is something that it doesn't matter if it's an unsealed road or sealed road, it's going to have similar health impacts, but that's not what the focus of this policy is. If there was a new policy that was sought to be developed around the health impacts of tyre wear. That's something that we could certainly look into and research and come to council on that. But this policy is to do with dust mitigation and seal extensions being a method to mitigate dust and provide health benefits.
I guess what I was trying to say was that if you're worried about health effects, then you would look at it in its totality, not just one part of it. But anyway, don't worry about it.
It's something you can perhaps bring up at conference next week or tomorrow.
More tyre wear in electric cars.
No, not really.
We've got a question from Tony online.
Hi, yes, thank you. Happy with the 60-40. I just wanted to ask a question around what is considered as a household, because we have communities that do have dust roads or gravel metal roads. However, in those communities, there are many that don't necessarily live in the house. There's a lot of them that are in different types of housing. So I just wanted to ask, what is considered the number of houses, or a house that is counted as one of the numbers?
Yep, it's a fair question. So it will not capture all people living in all buildings. What we've asked our engineers to do is they've been on site and assessed how many houses or dwellings are within the 80-metre buffer zone. So it will pick up things like significant additional dwellings. It may not pick up all the sleep outs and other smaller dwellings, but I guess it's a sort of a balance between people's privacy and not wanting to go and ask too many questions versus what we can sort of visibly assess from the street. So there will be areas where we won't be capturing everyone.
Annalise, you all right?
Just to be really clear on that point that Joe made as well, it is number of houses within 80 metres of the road, so it's not factoring in the total number of houses that have access to that road, because the volume of traffic is a proxy to how many people are going to drive along that road. This one is focused on the receiving environment factors, which is the number of people that live within 80 metres that the research has showed that's the buffer zone that dust has health impacts. When a house is beyond that buffer zone, the dust is settled to a point where it doesn't create those same health impacts. But obviously, the people that drive that road have some of those other impacts that factor in.
Thank you, Annalise.
Thank you.
Carry on, Joe.
Thank you. So I guess that's the core of the policy. And I just wanted to just take you through a couple of examples of the works that have been completed to date, just to show what this is actually achieving for our community in a more visceral sense. I mean, this is Opalana Road, where we resealed a year ago, and you can sort of see where the widening is happening through this photo, but also how close some of those dwellings are and how much of an impact that dust would be potentially having on those houses. So it's really visible to see what those health impacts would be. Similarly, we have Rangi Road. Again, it's a relatively short piece of road, but with a number of dwellings right off it, which obviously for a health impact assessment is really good to get rid of the wet dust, but also provides multiple benefits for the rest of that community. The drainage becomes better, just the environment that they're living in becomes a lot nicer. The kids can go play out on the street a lot easier with their scooters, what have you. And then, we're also looking at some of those longer stretches of road, like Kawakawi Road, where there's a lot more traffic going through, and those benefits are sort of derived through not just the road surface, but also where we have improved drainage off the road, installation of culverts and other things as well. So whilst we talk about these as being seal extension projects, they also have those other side benefits as well. So the changes we made in terms of how we implement the policy really come down to getting better data and better information into our prioritisation. Previously, we relied on data as it came out of our asset management database. So it had long sections of road that weren't necessarily segmented into logical sections. So what we've gone through is a process of identifying areas where there are houses, and we might have segmented what was previously one road into 3 different segments so that we can really target the policy a lot more appropriately. So what we'll see through that change is shorter lengths being sealed, but more precisely. And so that's been a really big improvement. And the other change we've made around it is updating both our maintenance and our construction costs into the prioritisation. As you can imagine, over the last few years, those have changed significantly. And so that's now reflected through into that prioritisation. And as I guess we see this as a bit of a living document, we don't want to change it too often because that doesn't give people certainty, but we also want to make sure that we're still giving the best outcomes for our community through that mechanism. One of the examples of just to make it really clear on that segmentation was Withy Road, where we've got that section A and section B. We've segmented it now, and what we found was originally the benefit cost ratio for the whole length was 1.9. That when we segmented it, segment A came with a benefit cost ratio of 2.1. So that benefit cost ratio's jumped up, and that's resulted in segment A jumping up higher for Withy Road, whilst the segment B is kind of dropped down because that's the less critical part of it. So it's just working through those processes really to make sure we're improving for the community. And so what that's, so I guess now is how that's impacted our prioritisation from the last time we saw it. For some roads there's been a significant change, and for others there's been very little. So up at the top of the list, our old ranking for Thornton Hall Road was 6. That's actually moved up now to 3. And there's been those sort of changes. At the top of the list, actually, there hasn't been a lot of jumping around. The prioritisations have sort of flipped 1 or 2, but it hasn't changed materially. Yes, yeah.
Benefit cost ratio, could you just elaborate on what methodology you use for that?
There's a set-out schedule within NZTA's guidance that outlines the various different components that are included. So it covers maintenance costs, it covers vehicle wear and tear, it covers user costs as well, just that quality of ride. It's very wide-ranging and comes into all of those impacts. We are finding the health impact part of that can drive in the shorter segment roads and in more dense areas is really driving that. But as we get through this list, the impacts will be less around health and more about maintenance and other areas because we're getting the health issues addressed early on.
Is population served part? I presume it is.
Yep, that's covered by the ADT measure, the annual traffic measure.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's various different ways it's captured. So yeah.
All those components that we were just looking at before with the 60-40 split and the ones that make them up, they're all what contributes to the benefits. And then the underlying cost of constructing the seal extension is the cost that those benefits are divided over, and that gives you the cost-benefit ratio to prioritise them. So yeah, whatever has more more benefit for less cost is going to go higher up the list.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess that's how this has changed. A few things where we have seen a noticeable difference. I mean, Mati Valley's come up significantly. The different segments, we're ranging between 6 and 10 on the prioritisation list, but now, we're ranging between 17 and 23, and now that's jumped up to be more 6 to 10, and that's again just that more targeted approach. But others have changed more significantly because of the change in maintenance and construction costs. So Pokorara Road is one where it's jumped up from 44th to 14th, and that's because of that big maintenance cost associated with a large stretch of road. And so that's one we've got our eye on, which potentially we won't address through this program because there are lots of sections very long, and we'd rather do that through a business case approach where we can target funding from NZTA, which we don't currently get for seal extensions.
Just a question for you, Joe. When you talk about Pokorara Road, is Ngāmotu Road ours? Sorry.
Yes, down to the unsealed section is all ours, and then I can't remember, maybe about 10 kilometres or so of the seal from Bonish Road is in our boundary, and then it carries into the boundary.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and here again we see Withy Road, that section A has moved up from 32nd on the list to number 12. And we do know that with that section of road, there has been interest from the developer to contribute to the sealing of the road, and so we'll be engaging with them to see if that's still the case and also how much they'd be willing to contribute. And once we do that, we can reassess that benefit cost ratio, but with the developer contribution built into it, so it'll push it up through the ranking potentially. So that's just something we're working through at the moment. And then yes, just there's more information there in the panel regarding the rest of that list.
Just for clarity, Joe, so where you've got multiple Mati Valley roads and Pokaroa and Withy, we're talking about this section versus that section, whereas before you would look at having your resources all there in one place. Now with the new benefit cost analysis, you've changed that priority, yeah.
Yeah, you've segmented and changed the priority. Previously with, say, Matahi Valley Road, I think we had 3 separate sections previously, and now we have 7, I believe it is. So it's, yeah, taking what was coming out of our asset database and just refining that. And I guess that brings us around to, I guess, our program for this LTP period, where, and for next, just identifying the roads which we're currently funded to deliver and where we'd get to with that program. So within the current LTP, we're looking for significant works on Matahi Valley Road, a lot of different sections there, Thornton Hall Road, Number 1 Road, Kotaruni, apologies for my pronunciation, Kotaruni Road, and then Withy Road, that section A. And that's sort of, I guess, what we wanted to do today is just to put this in front of you and just make sure there's a level of comfort around the current LTP program and what that prioritisation list looks like into the future. I guess this is realistically the outcome of the policy. So if the policy is working well, then this list should probably resonate well with this group. But we'd really like any feedback you have around that in any areas where you think maybe we're not hitting the mark.
And a question from Julie.
Thank you. Just with the rank, it's one of these sort of state the obvious, but there's not a complete numerical sequence, like no 7, no 9, no 13. So what ones are those particular roads?
Those are ones that have been completed in the previous LTP.
Right.
So obviously as that prioritisation list changed, you'll see that 1 and 2 were completed.
Yeah, I figured 1 and 2 were completed, but,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
wasn't sure about the rest as they went down.
So as we have prioritised, those numbers have changed a little bit.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of that has come down to how we're segmented, but also the changing maintenance and operating costs.
Okay, so basically they've been complete. Those missing numbers have been works that were completed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Annalise?
If I could also just make a note, so through today's session, as well as wanting to gain feedback around the level of comfort with the current policy and the resultant prioritisation list, as we've mentioned in some of our previous discussions around funding, we're also just wanting a sense of direction as to whether the current budgets that were put into the LTP are still what the council would like to retain in the annual plan. So obviously not asking for any decisions to be made, but just wanting a sense of that feedback as we're in the process of building our annual plan. We want to understand what those budgets should look like, and that will then also help us program the physical work.
We've got the Mayor and then Gavin.
These are just our standard sort of chip seal roads, same grade, like the same load that they can take. Are they all the same?
Yeah, so they're not all the same as each other, but the same process. It goes through a standard pavement design process to make sure that the pavement and chip seal design is appropriate for the type of traffic and
Standard pavement.
standard pavement. Yeah.
Thank you. Gavin?
I see on that page you're on now that the 25-26 year and also the 26-27 average about $1 million, and then we go back to 750. Is that $1 million because we've got hangover from the last year that we haven't spent?
So 750 was the previous LTP's annual budget, and the current LTP that was increased to 900,000 per year
Yep.
to account for inflation costs.
Yep.
And then each year, so 900 in year one, and then each year goes up slightly with additional inflation. And the original LTP didn't have physical works costs in year one. They only sat in year 2 and 3. It was a decision that was made during the LTP.
I'm happy that we keep to that level. And one of the reasons is that as we get more and more subdivisions happening out in the regions like Withy Road and like some of the other roads, I think it's necessary that we keep on top of it. Because, and to take Withy Road, I'm really happy that you're going to lay B section, although the subdivider who wants to contribute money, I would suggest may want you to do B section, but I think you're right in that the A section is one of that nasty hairpin bed, which tends to shove the metal off to one side and is dangerous. So, and that's A section is the one that gets all the buses and the heavy traffic going to Iramoko, Marae, etc., and the volume. So I'm really happy with that. So I'd like us to keep. I like the way you've staged that, and but I'd like to keep it at 900 for those reasons that we're going to get more subdivisions down some of these metal roads, and it's going to be more dangerous through volume, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Gavin. Tony, you've got a comment or a question?
Yes. So with us sort of supporting what you've presented, are there any impacts by the recent changes from NZTA regarding our reduced funding in roading? Does it impact sealing? Thank you.
So it doesn't directly impact it because this activity is all 100% local share funded. There's very few instances that Waka Kotahi co-fund seal extensions. It's usually to do with significant crash history where the road safety benefit value outweighs the cost, or for the likes of Pokaroa no Mutu, where the maintenance costs, the ongoing maintenance costs of keeping it unsealed outweigh the sealing costs. So it doesn't directly impact it, but as we mentioned in one of our previous discussions, it was more just giving the council an opportunity to reconsider now that the sort of total investment context has changed with the lack of funding in the other roading improvement activities.
Thank you, Annalise. Nandor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this to us today. I'm totally happy with the criteria and the way that it rolls out. I think for me, the main thing is that we make these decisions on a rational basis rather than kind of, who feels what should go up to the top of the list. So I think that's really good. I don't really support the resealing program. I think it's really expensive and we have to fund it 100% out of rates. And I think there are other more pressing things to spend our money on, but I recognise that we've got, it's in the LTP. We'll have a chance to review it when we come to the annual plan, and I guess we'll have that discussion then.
Thanks, Nandor. Nā Peter.
Hey, in terms of the Matahi Valley, I like what you've got up there, but in terms of Matahi Valley, aren't some of those roads special purposes road, and is there funding that would come from Waka Kotahi?
So all the sections that are included here are the local road section of Matahi Valley. There is beyond a certain boundary point, some of it does become special purpose, but a few years ago so there was like sealed, unsealed, disjointed sections, but a few years ago there was some investment from Waka Kotahi to do a number of seal extensions out there that connected up most of those unsealed sections, and I do believe there's maybe one unsealed bit between the last seal, but we've basically got to the point where the majority of the benefit is being realised on the special purpose road. From where the current seal ends, it's very remote.
Okay.
If we were to seal on the special purpose road, we would seek that funding to come from Waka Kotahi, but that's very unlikely in this LTP period. that those sections don't even feature anywhere near the top on the prioritisation list because of the sealing that's happened already.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you. Victor?
I was just wondering about if we've got any data on what type of vehicles use these roads. Like, I mean, one's trucks, but the other one is we've got utes everywhere. They're all off-road vehicles, aren't they? I mean, I imagine that most of these roads are used by off-road vehicles, not just normal, small cars or anything. But I don't know. Have you got any numbers on that?
Unfortunately, our traffic counting systems we use only break into vehicle classes, so it lumps all light vehicles together regardless of the type. Without undertaking quite extensive and expensive traffic counting, it would be hard to distinguish. But as well, so that would contribute into the running costs portion of the prioritisation, which is only one relatively small component of the overall prioritisation. So probably wouldn't be worth
I guess the point
extra.
what I was making was if you've got an off-road vehicles, you can't complain that you're off-road. But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, fair comment, but I suppose coming back to the main purposes around the sealing to remove the dust issues that the unsealed roads present. The running cost of the vehicles is one of the small factors considered in the prioritisation.
Thank you. Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Annie. I tend to disagree with Victor's comments and Nando's comments Victor's comments about off-road vehicles. I mean, I've lived up Middle Road before in our district, and they're all roadworthy cars and vehicles and that are on them. And if you have lived up a Nettle Road for a period of time, you start looking at these situations a bit differently in that, because metal roads aren't great to be living down. I'm happy with what's been put in front of us. The other thing that I always remember is that a lot of the people living down metal roads are also ratepayers, and why should everyone in town have sealed roads and that, and someone rurally hasn't, because there's not many people living down their road? It's the same should be for everyone, shouldn't it? So we should be just pressing on with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Wilson. Any other thoughts? Yes, too?
Yes, support this. Thank you for this and the segmentation that you had, because I was trying to get my head around what that meant. But I see it all. Yes, I used to live on a unsealed road, not a good place to live in, and especially in the summertime. So, thank you for your work. Just one question about Pokaroa Road. What about all those predominantly logging trucks that go through there? Do they compensate, those companies compensate council for using those roads?
In a circular way they do. So heavy vehicles pay very high road user charges, which is then put towards Waka Kotahi, that goes into the National Land Transport Fund, which we then get a 65% share of our roading costs for. So in a way they do contribute, but they don't pay that money directly to council.
All right, well, while it's not a decision workshop or briefing, you've got enough information and feedback from members who are quite happy by the sounds of it for you to continue.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think our sealing program is relatively modest, right, in the scheme of councils. I don't know. But at some point, no road was sealed, so gradually we're sealing more and more.
Right,
Thanks.
so that moves us into the speed management plan, part of the session. Thank you.
While that's loading, again, Joe will take us through the majority of the presentation. I'm not sure, Bevan, if you had anything you wanted to add in?
No, probably just wanted to highlight that this has been a very contentious subject, and lots of change from a central government perspective in this space as well. So what we're trying to come back to you with is areas where we see there are issues that we would like to address, and ultimately it's up to you to have a discussion about whether you think these changes that we're putting forward are appropriate.
And one other opening remark is, so this presentation is mostly centred around our Whakatane District Council local road speed management related issues. With the changes that have happened, there's a lot of potential changes around state highway speed limits as well. We're currently working with NZTA to understand what our ability to influence state highway speed decisions will be going forward. So we will share that information in the future when that's more known. But today's session is around the Whakatane District Council roads that we manage.
Sorry, Victor's got a question or comment before we start.
When we started this more than a year ago, we went out to consultation and 70-something% of the community said they weren't interested, right? And Bevan and I had a discussion and he seemed to think that we had to produce a plan, and I'm not sure if that... Then that rule changed and all of a sudden there was no need to do a plan, if I'm not mistaken. But do we really need this plan? Because I'm not really in favour of all these speed limit reductions, except for around schools. And I think everybody was happy with sensitive areas in schools at the very outset. I think this is getting a bit out of hand. And the road that I'd like to see something done on is Landing Road, Domain Road, because nobody's doing 50 there. Anyway, some sort of something.
So Joe will take us through a bit of a summary of all the various changes that we've been through over the last few years with speed management. So you are correct, we're no longer legislated to produce a plan, but we still need to go through some mechanism to change any speed limits. And so today's session is not about making wholesale changes to vast numbers of roads on the network. It's about looking at some of the specific roads that we've talked about in the past that have a very strong case to change the speed limit on those particular ones, and then it's just trying to get a sense of direction where the council are supportive of us progressing down that track. And that can either be producing a very minimalistic speed management plan or basically doing the same process without calling it a plan. But yeah, Joe will talk us through the details that we then consolidate
Before
those
we start,
roads and
Annalise,
go
I
up for
think-
consultation.
Well, it sounds like Victor's got another comment, then John, then Gavin.
Are you saying that we could do it on a case-by-case basis as things arise, so there's no need to do this?
That's exactly what this is. This is a case-by-case basis for some of the hot spots that we know about now. It's not looking at every single road. And then in the future, as other things change and we need to make future changes, we'd just go through a similar
What
process.
worries me is that today it's this, tomorrow it's another one, next thing it's another, next thing you know, we're doing 10 kilometres per hour.
There will always be changes to speed limits, and there always has been, even before all of these rules over the last couple of years. It just used to go through a bylaw process, now it goes through a slightly different legislative process. But as land use changes, there'll always be a need to review speed limits and confirm that they're appropriate for the environment.
Thank you. John, an opening comment, then Gavin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the Mayor's view here, really, and that might be a surprise, sir, but I'm not on the same page as you guys at all. I'd prefer that we actually increased our speeds back to where they were, so, except for around schools.
In sensitive areas, would you?
Well, there are some, we talk about mirage in schools, I think, so that's, which can be managed, but wholesale low speeds doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, John. Gavin?
Thank you. In regard to what the Mayor has said, and I think the specific thing that you said was schools and special areas, and I know that we've had two presentations from people that want that speed over the Thornton Bridge and the intersection with East Bank Road by Thornton School, something done there desperately because it's become a bit of a death trap along there. We've had the lady from Withy Road talk to us about the fact that Withy Road's a metal road's 100 k's, and yet all the others are the State Highway 30's lower, so it should be reversed probably. And the other one is Te Tiko Residents Association have really asked us if we could lower the speed on the Te Tiko Edgecombe Road past that marae. The 50k sign stops just short of it and they want it beyond. And so I'm a bit surprised that Withy Road and that Te Tiko Road haven't popped up on this. So maybe we could add that to them today would be good. The other thing is, I got the understanding when we first looked at a speed management plan that we actually need to adopt something to actually do the changeover from the old type of bylaw legislation to the new special, because that's how it was presented to us last time. We were going to do Thornton curves to actually initiate what was a speed management plan, then we could add to it later.
Yeah, so there's been a number of changes along the way, and when we last caught up, the new rule hadn't come in, so the only way to make changes to speed limits was through a speed management plan. Now there's a new rule which doesn't require you to create a speed management plan, but it basically requires you to do everything that creating a speed management plan entails. So I think the best thing we do now is jump into the presentation, and hopefully some of these comments and queries will become...
Excuse me, Annie, I'm sorry, we've got Julie.
Oh, sorry,
and
was there
Zoom
another one?
have
Sorry.
got opening comments.
Okay, once we've covered them, because I think the presentation will answer a lot of these queries as we work through it.
Thank you. I think Annalise is going to be happy with what I'm going to say, is that while I agree with the Mayor and John and with their comments, this is not actually about the speed management plan. This presentation, if we go to page 60, jumping ahead, it's literally about 2, 4, 6 particular roads that they want us to provide feedback as to whether or not those speed limits should be changed. So I think we need to just focus on that.
Hang on, now you wait for me.
6 today
Time
and
up.
6 tomorrow.
Yeah, and I agree with you,
Fine.
your worship too, but I
Thank you
think we
too.
just need to focus on this. Yeah.
Thank you, and I agree, Julie. I've been through these, and I think they need to be addressed, and I do agree with them. So, yeah, I'm happy to listen to you guys.
Yeah. But we need to talk
Thank
about
you.
them one by one
Yeah.
when we get to that. Yeah.
Right, well, let's see if we can get through the first couple of slides without too much intervention.
All right, thank you for that wonderful introduction to the matter of speed management. So yeah, today, as I think we've all touched on, we want to talk about broadly the changes to the rule and how we intend to address those. The approach we want to take to school speed limits, we've got some very tight restrictions around that and some tight timelines that we need to meet. And then we want to talk about very specific high-risk roads where we think there's benefit in those speed limits being reduced from both a safety perspective and from a social perspective. And then we can talk about a little bit our out-of-context roads, which is just where kind of land use has changed and we haven't kept up with that, which is something we're going to come across all the time as our region grows. And then we'll go through a little bit of the consultation requirements and identify where we want to be, I guess, when it comes to making formal decisions through the IPC or council so that we can move on to that next step. So basically the new rule is going to require 30-kilometre variable speed limits for all our urban schools and 60-kilometre-hour variable speed limits at our rural schools. So this requires us, they have provided us with the opportunity to, rather than use electronic signs, we can now use static signs. So those variable speeds can be a lot cheaper to implement, which is excellent. But it is a requirement that we have these on place by July 2026, and that has some repercussions on our budgets. So some speed limits require to be revoked by June 2026, which is basically anything made under the old rules, apart from where it's a school and where it meets the current criteria. So for us, there's no real impact on our network, but there may be some impacts on the state highway network, which will need to be addressed. There's extra requirements, which mean that before we go to consultation, we need to complete cost-benefit analysis for the speed limit changes to identify those benefits. Whether or not it's a positive benefit or a negative benefit is less important, but we just have to provide that information to inform decision makers and the public. That excludes schools, obviously, where we just have to make the changes regardless. We need to go through consultation again with the public, and I guess this is one of the key barriers for us not wanting to do one road at a time, another road, is we do want to do reasonable clumps of them together so that we're not recreating a whole bunch of extra work for ourselves and delays as well. That last comment, no NLTF funding available to implement these changes, so no subsidy available. Last week we met with NZTA and there may be some shifts in that space and we may get some funding to deliver the changes, but it's still a matter of wait and see.
Do we have funding already in the LTP?
We have our local share funding, which through previous briefing, I think we made a decision that we would spend that local share, so it amounts to 150k. I suppose per annum. For the whole period, I think.
Gosh, I can't remember the number now, sorry, but it is being adjusted in the coming annual plan and will also get adjusted in the next annual plan so the total amount for speed management will just be the local share that we'd originally included in the long-term plan. I can't remember if it's 50k per year or 150k per year.
So there'd be no additional coming through?
No, at this stage, we're just looking at funding the bare minimum. And like I said, it's a little bit of a frustrating conundrum that the funding's been cut, but then we have legislative obligations that we have to meet. So like I say, we're doing a bit of pushback and working with Waka Kotahi around that frustrating situation. But in the meantime, to at least cover our bare minimum requirements, we've got the local share that was originally in the LTP still coming through the annual plan processes.
Okay, so just moving on to school speed limits. Not a lot's changed.
Sorry, Joe. Wilson's got a question before we move on.
Just going back to the Category 1, Category 2 schools, I know rural kids are often tougher than urban kids. Are they going to bounce off a car any differently at 30k than an urban kid? Or do you think at 60k's they'll still bounce off okay? I can't see the reason to have a differential between urban and rural.
Yep. I can understand your concern there, and at 60 kilometres an hour, a child gets hit, it's almost certain that they'll be a fatality. The rationale, I believe, for the variation is that Category School 1 kids are more likely to be walking, cycling, scootering, so exposed, whereas at Category 2 schools, they're more likely to be dropped off on a bus or in a car. And so it's more dealing with when you're in a car, getting hit, your chances of survival are much higher, and obviously dealing with the fact that it's much busier environment around those times as well. So that's why I think they've made that differentiation. To my mind, I mean, it is very much a call, I feel, for school that schools should be making, and that is the decisions that we made previously. We're all around schools having that capability, and so that's why we've got varying different rural schools with varying different speed limits around them. But it will mean under the new rule, for instance, Pāroa School, which has a 30 kilometre an hour speed limit, that will now need to go up potentially to 60. We will look at ways that we can keep it as a 30 kilometre variable, but yeah, there is a risk that it will be 60. Oh, damn, you've gone to sleep. Apologies. Didn't turn out very well there, but that's a picture of what our variable speed limit signs will look like. And those are going to require 300 metres from the school gates. So if you're thinking about it in terms of Whakatane, that 30 kilometre speed limit during school times can extend to quite extensive regions, just because all our schools are clustered together. So it will be it will have some impacts around travel times, but we'll come back with more information when it comes to a council decision on the speed management plan around that. The key here is the cost of implementing the changes, sort of roughly estimated that if we just keep with the static signs, it's going to be 150,000 to implement, which would basically use up all our speed management budget for the LTP period. If we wanted to keep electronic signs on our urban arterials, which are the flashing ones which we currently have at Ahopi and McAllister Street, then we're looking at more like 480,000. And that's certainly from a safety perspective preferable because they are much more likely to be obeyed, those electronic signs. They're much more visible and people tend to pay more attention to them. So I guess for us today, we just wanted to get a steer.
I think there's got a question
Just
before you
for
go.
curiosity, how much does that sign cost?
One of those to install, by the time you put traffic management and everything else in place, between 1,000 and 2,000.
Okay. And the electronic ones you're talking about, the two,
Yep.
is that 480 just to keep them there, or is that to...
The current ones require replacing, and it also includes some additional ones. So, for instance, we would propose the additional ones on our arterials, so Hinamawa Street near James Street School, and then also Arawa Street near Trident, are the two that spring to mind. Don't think there are too many others. But also replacing the Hopi ones and the McAllister Street ones, which are a maintenance nightmare, and as you've driven past them, I'm sure, many times, are never particularly accurate. We have to get a technician from Tauranga to come and adjust the times on those. So,
John? Put your microphone on, please, John.
Sorry. Just thinking about your last comment, Joe, about the cost of those signs, which seems eye-watering, really. Why would you have to have a traffic management plan to put a sign up?
I was probably being a little bit facetious there. It is more a cost in terms of, we could get them a bit cheaper if we do a bulk lot of them, but if you're just going out and doing one sign here and there, it's going to be 1,000 to 2,000. By the time you put in your post holes, put your signs up, it just adds up very quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Wilson?
Just one quick question. I take it that 480k and 150k, that's collective cost, not per sign?
Yeah, that is collective. And I guess we've got a few options here. And again, no need to make any decisions on these. We can bring them back to you at a further date. But it's really just about, we have the opportunity to go with the electronic signs, which will provide better visibility. But if we do that, we will need to come back with an annual plan adjustment for the budget. We can proceed as they are with just the static signs, or we can pause on it and wait until we have some certainty around whether the subsidy of funding becomes available, and then make a decision based on that. But yeah, I guess that's for the moment. It's just a heads up rather than requiring a decision.
But it would be useful while we're here if there's any steers on those options, like what people's sort of preference would be. Again, not decision making, but it just helps us prepare for next steps.
So we don't have to make a decision until 2026, do we?
We have to implement by July 2026, so to meet those timeframes with preparing the information, doing benefit cost ratios, going out to consultation, confirming that, arranging installation, which as well is going to be tricky when every school in New Zealand is going to require these signs, and there's only so many signs manufacturers. There is quite a long lead-in time that is needed. We don't need to make a decision today. That's not what this briefing is for. It's just to get a steer of which of these options councillors are more likely to be wanting to go ahead with. Is electronic signs on arterials something that we would like to consider, or do we want to just stick with static signs, or do we want to push back and say putting a legislative requirement whilst cutting funding is not a very fair way of implementing these changes? So again, just wanting to get a steer of what people's thoughts are.
John?
Go around the room.
Yeah, if you like to start, John, thank you.
I favour the static sign, but it seems to me that maybe if you're able to defer it, they're not that important. But is there a penalty for those if you exceed that speed?
Exceeding the speed limit, yes. So once it is a legislative speed limit, it's the same as exceeding any speed limit. The police would enforce that as per whatever the amount over the speed limit is. If you're meaning is there a implication to not meeting the legislative timeframes that have been set, we're not sure yet. That's what we're working with NZTA around, trying to understand how the implementation of this, given the funding environment, all pans out.
So in essence, I favour the static sign because there'd be less, I think less maintenance as well, really. Thank you.
Gavin, do you want to go back round this way? Right, well, we did that last time. Let's switch it up.
I'm happy to go. I mean, to me, that we want the best for our kids, but I also see what John's saying is that not only are the electronic signs more expensive, but then you've got the maintenance issues. And I see those signs on the Thornton Bridge that warn you that traffic's coming in from each side. They're electrical flashy signs and they're always breaking down. So I'd go with the static signs. In regard to delaying it, I'd like to say delay it so that we can get someone else to pay for it. But there are some schools that desperately need it, and I'm thinking of the one at Maratā on the top road where it's a 60k road, and the cars whip over from the Edgecombe side and whip around there that fast they cross the centre line. And I would really like to see some of those ones done sooner rather than later than waiting. Sorry, so I'd say do it sooner rather than later, but do the statics.
2.
Option 1. Not option 1 there yet. I support option 1.
Thanks. Julie?
Yeah, pretty much the same as what Gavin said, although I don't necessarily think that there's any point in delaying it because I don't think we're going to get funding. So I just think something we just need to get on and do it. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree with number 2. Wilson? I mean, sorry, Victor?
Well, I don't even agree with the list actually, but I'm in for going light on this. And then my point that I was trying to make was that it might be 6 today, and it'll be next thing you know we've got. So yeah, I think the static signs are fine and cheaper.
Wilson?
We're just talking about the school signs at the moment, aren't we? Yep. Okay. I mean, you definitely notice the electronic ones. You definitely do, and you do slow down. But maybe on the arterial roads, I mean, I don't know whether they need to be outside every school. But so I'm happy with the static signs, but I wonder whether they need to be a bit more bold and have it school zone and quite big with the bigger speed limit and the times underneath, because people do take note of, like you look, school, it's school time, so you do slow down. But if the sign's too small, I don't know whether people will take a lot of note.
Certainly there is 2 specifications for the signs. One's for rural areas and one's for urban areas. The rural specification is reasonably larger than the urban, so it could be potentially that we could use those in urban environments just to get that much more attention.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you, Napira.
I feel quite matapiko in terms of matapiko means quite selfish because our school does have the electronic. And so I suppose it's just moving forward with those that don't. I would go with number 2. And I think a decision can be made sooner than delayed. Yeah.
Thank you. Nandor?
The question of the maintenance and that, how, from your point of view, how big a consideration is that?
Moving forward with the new electronic signs, we're certainly seeing that where we have good cell phone coverage, they're performing really, really well, the new generation. And I guess that's just as technology evolves, it gets more reliable and better. And also we have a lot more access to the interface, so we can jump into the signs remotely and update them, and we can also get notifications when any of them break down. which we don't currently get on the old ones. So far, we've had them in for just over a year, and we haven't had any issues, but time will tell.
Thank you. And just before we go to Tony online, so all of... Oh, sorry, Nandul. You didn't finish.
I was going to say that I think I prefer the electronic signs because I think in a variable zone, being able to just have the actual speed limit at the time is really helpful. Like with these signs, you've got all these numbers and stuff, and I think people just go, oh, too much information, and they bypass it. I think we could take the money out of the resealing budget and put it into the this.
Brave words while Andrew's not here.
You need to live on a metal road one day.
Well, I would buy on a metal road if I was, but I don't think there should be delay because I mean I'm inclined to think we should be pushing back about the government putting more cost on us while sucking money out of our roading budgets. But this is not one that I'd want to take a stand on.
Thank you, Nandor. And I was just going to, before we talk to Tony, so this would come through to the, because it's not a decision-making meeting, this would come through the infrastructure at a later date. Right.
Yeah, I guess the implication is around annual plan and what we put into the annual plan. So you may never see a decision through this. You'd see it through the annual plan process.
Tony.
Hi, I did have a question back further a bit, and it was just to clarify the speed limit signs. Will they be going on the main for the roads that have the main entrance of the school, or is it a radius thing of other streets around the school?
A little bit of both. It's 300 metres from the school gate, but if there's obviously side roads that come off that, then they will have those signs implemented along them as well. A very similar setup to what we currently have on McAllister Street for Apanui School. We have electronic signs on the main roads, and then on all the side roads, there's these ones, the static ones. The only change from that one will be the area has expanded a reasonable amount.
All right, thank you. And Gavin has another pearl of wisdom to share.
If we go for the static sign in most of them, could we then go for a subsidy to upgrade them to electrical? And what you're saying there is the static signs are really good for the side roads, but once again, the Matatā Road where people are hooning at 100 k's, drop down to 60, electronic sign would be really good, but I'm really mindful that you can get 6.5 signs for $1 million rather than 2 with the electronic signs, but it'd be good if we could push back and say we need to upgrade these on the state highways that pass schools, maybe. I don't know.
Thank you. And while the Mayor didn't agree with any of the options, he's got another comment.
What's our chances of getting funding? Is there any precedent for that? I mean, if we can get funding, I'm more for the electronic ones.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
we can get the funding.
And like Gavin mentioned, there is the option to put the statics in now as the minimum legislative requirements, and in future, when things potentially change, they can then be upgraded to an electronic sign. So there's those options as well.
I didn't get to say which was my option.
Yes, sorry, Tony.
Can I do that?
Yes.
Oh, well, I just after hearing what's been said just now, I was going to ask, those places that already have electronic signs, is there a possibility that they can stay? Because I know that the visibility is really good, and whānau have gotten used to looking for those electronic signs outside the schools who currently have them. Do we have to go and replace them with static signs? And is that an extra cost that we could save on if those were just left there and changed? That was just my thing. Thank you.
Joe, I think Nandor has something before Joe was going to reply. Is that correct, Nandor?
I think, just further to that, I mean, it doesn't have to be all one or the other anyway, does it, right? We might identify that there's particular schools where it would be really relevant to have an electronic sign
and maybe schools where it's not so important.
And I guess that's the intent with it would be just targeting those schools on or near the arterial roads, because obviously that's where you have your most heavy trucks and you have your most vehicles, and so prioritising it that way. Just going back to Tony's comment, there's no plans to remove any of the rural variable signs that are in place. The only ones we'd look to replace with static ones are the McAllister Street and Pahutakawa Ave, just because they are such a maintenance pain, the older generation. So those ones would go out. Anything in the rural area would stay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think we've...
sorry, to you.
Just one question. So if we decide to have the static signs, that means the Pahutakawa and McAllister Street signs go, because you're not going to upgrade them.
We're happy to take feedback on that. I guess the question is within our budget we can afford to make, currently you can afford to make all the static changes, but if we want to add any electronic ones in, that will just need to be reviewed through the annual plan budgets. And so there could be an allocation there which is for those specific schools.
And just to add to those current ones, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, they're currently 40k speed limits, and I don't think they have the ability to change the number on them because they're quite old technology. So to meet the legislative requirements, those current electronic signs will need to either be swapped to static or changed out to new electronic.
So that'll be the end of those electronic signs in those spaces. Thank you.
All right, just moving on to our high-risk roads. And so as we go through each one of these, I think it'd be good to just get an indication of how comfortable everyone feels. This isn't obviously a decision-making forum, so what we will do is take away the input we get today and come back through a committee meeting with the changes that have been suggested and with the benefit cost analysis completed, as well as formulating that into now, I might just change terminology and stop referring to it as a speed management plan, because I think that's not good for the public, because we've had one of those and I think it's a bigger thing than it is, but we'll just call it a speed plan or come up with a catchier name for it, because I think that'll help with understanding that this is a much more targeted process. So,
Joe, can I just take, Tony, have you got another question or comment before we move on?
No, sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
All right, thanks.
All right, so today we just want to run through the initial list of candidate roads, and as I said, we'll undertake some economic assessment and bring it back to a committee decision. The timing around the consultation is currently sitting in March, April for next year, but that will be a little bit variable. We need to make a decision around whether or not this goes before, after any potential annual plan consultation, but also we just want to be mindful of upcoming elections next year and making sure that this fits in with that and doesn't garner more attention than possibly it deserves. And then eventually 2025 we'll be looking for to confirm an SMP or a speed management plan or something of those ilks through council. Anything we do needs to be confirmed through Waka Kotahi as well, and this will give us time to then install within the 25-26 financial year.
Yes, Victor?
What do you mean by it doesn't get more attention than it deserves?
Sorry, I just probably misspoke slightly. We just don't want to, we're happy for the speed changes to get plenty of public consultation, but we will need some, I guess, guidance from councillors around what the best timing is for us to go through that public consultation process, knowing that this potentially could become quite public and quite contentious.
And if the public disagree with us, we're back to where we started from. Would be right?
Following consultation, we can review what's in the plan and decide what elements to take forward to implement.
And you said this was going to go through the INP committee, but the previous speed management plan was going through council, was to go through council in December of last year, so why are we changing?
So the draft SMP we see is going through committee, but the final SMP would need to be confirmed through council. Okay. So, but again, it could go either or. We're happy to take direction from councillors on that.
either way, it would come to IPC first, and then we can get some, council wants to approve it before it goes out for consultation, and as Joe mentioned, the final changes will still come back to council before they're implemented.
And just one more question. Cost-benefit analysis, did that have to go anywhere else, or is that just our internal cost-benefit analysis? It stays with us?
It
Because
will
the
need,
rule referred to, and by the way, you did a good job of submitting on the rule, which was a nightmare anyway. It was a bit of a...
thank you for that. So the cost-benefit analysis needs to be included within the consultation, and we do have a bit of a slide at the end just talking through some of those requirements because they are very specific within the rule, but nothing that's potentially too onerous. It's all.
Oh, it doesn't need to go to NZTA, I guess I meant. No. Okay, thanks.
So I'll just quickly rattle through the list just so we've all got them in mind at the moment. So Ahopi Road and Te Oyster is around the 60 temporary speed limits that are currently in place and just making them permanent. Thornton Road, Blueberry Corners is one we've already talked about within the IPC around a reduction to 80 kilometres an hour because the safety improvement works there were looking to cost around about $7 million to achieve a similar aim. Thornton Road, East Bank, West Bank Road intersections, again, we touched on that earlier, and that has come through the public submission process where people are concerned about the speeds there. There's potential also to look at that as a static 70 or a variable 70 as an electronic sign just to get more attention to it. The other two, Taniatua Road is on this list simply because it is our most dangerous local road over the last 5 years with 6 fatalities. And Te Teko Road, which is also up there in terms of the fatalities that are experienced on that section of road. And whilst we have said in here that the current speed is from 100 to 80, we can also, within that, look at extending the 50k boundary as well. So I'll just flip over to our...
Can I just ask why we're calling Wainui Road Te Oyster Road?
That's because it's specifically the section outside Te Oyster. We're not saying to change the entire length of Wainui Road. Same with Ohope Road. It's just the sections that currently have temporary 60k speed limits. So, yeah, Wainui Road is still definitely called Wainui Road. It's just the section that we're proposing to change the permanent speed limit on is by the Oyster Farm.
Okay.
Can I just answer? You know, all these new cars have got the speed limit thing that shows up. It seems to have a problem around that area and in other areas. I mean, because I spend a lot of time looking at that. In fact, I look at that more than I look at the sign. Do they work on cameras, do they? And why would they not be right?
Different cars work differently. Some, like I know the new Ford Rangers, they read temporary signs, so they must work on some sort of camera that recognises the speed symbol, whether it's temporary or not. Whereas some of the older technology, it's based on like GPS location information built into the maps. So as they don't have any access to temporary speed limits or they're not updated, they do often get out of date. So it just depends on the technology used.
Read the signs.
Sorry.
Read the signs instead of reading your car.
There's no excuse for not obeying basic road safety, which is looking at the road signs, Mr. Mayor.
It's a sign.
John, you've got a thought or a comment?
Victor might be one of these statistics here. But seriously, my question is, how effective are these speed limits? Because I don't see anybody doing it.
That's an excellent segue, thank you. So I'm just looking at Ohope Road here, where we have had that temporary 60k speed limit in for, is it coming up 18 months now?
Yep.
So it's still a relatively short period to be comparing in, so one accident can change these numbers quite significantly, but essentially we've seen a reduction in half of the number of accidents there. So our serious injuries have dropped from 1.4 per year to 0.66. Our minor injuries have dropped from 2.6 to 1. So we've certainly seen a reduction there. The next graph relates to the actual speeds, and it's a little bit different. So whilst we've seen a reduction in injuries, The
Can I just
speed,
ask a question? So you've
Certainly.
got the last 5 years, 6 serious accidents, and then you've got your annual, but that's not comparing it with the same, and I know you can't compare it with the same. So basically, it's 1 accident per year over the last 5 years, if you wanted to average it out.
Yep.
Which is almost the same as what you've got here.
yeah, so it's so if you, that top pre-reduction row there, that sort of covers that last 5-year period where it's been 1.4 serious per year. And then in the last year and a half, that's dropped to 0.66.
I don't think you can take much from these numbers. The statistics is too weak.
I don't disagree with you, and I guess I caveated that at the start of the.
And
as I
whether
introduced it,
accidents related to speed.
What we can look at, we've got some very good data coming out of TomTom at the moment in terms of what impact that has had on the actual speeds. So we've seen only a 3 kilometre drop in your average speed, so a relatively minor drop. But what we have seen is, if you look towards the right of that graph, where there's a blue line, that's your old speeds, and the orange line is your new speeds. And whilst there's only a 3 kilometre drop in average, there's about a 6 kilometre drop in your higher end speeds. So people who used to travel at, say, 85 through there are now travelling more like 79. So you, in that high risk area, you're seeing a more significant change in speeds. At the bottom end of the scale, you know, people who are going 60 already, they're still going 60, more or less. So it has had an impact on speeds, not as much as I would have expected, but whether or not that becomes statistically significant with the crash rate is yet to be seen, but we do know that 1 kilometre drop in average speed can reduce 3% of your accidents. So I guess that's the Hopi Road temporary speed limit. Be interested to, I guess, get around the table and the level of comfort, perhaps raise of arms if everyone's comfortable with it or not.
Can you just remind us what it was before, 70 or 80?
80. And if I can make one extra comment before we go around the room, this speed limit as well has been specifically requested and endorsed by the police due to the number of crashes that were happening along Ohope Road. So we had a lot of strong desire from the police to see that speed limit reduced and then to be able to see that reduced speed limit continue.
Nandul?
I'm just wondering, when you measure the speed that people are going, are you measuring it in both directions?
Yes, that statistic on the next slide is both directions. We had a look at both directions individually, and there wasn't significant difference between the two.
Oh, really? Okay. Because people, I mean, going up the hill, people go slow anyway because it's quite a steep hill. And the issues I would have thought is coming down where your people are coming at speed at some quite sharp, some quite tight corners.
Yeah, that certainly would have been my expectation as well. And the evidence is saying that it's very similar both directions. One other thing to keep in mind is that these are currently posted as temporary speed limits, and whether or not we'll see a further reduction in speed if they're changed to more permanent speed limits. So it is a pretty, new area that we can analyse as we move forward as well.
Did you just want us to give you a show of hands of those who are in favour of keeping the temporary 60 or leaving it at the 80?
Just a comment to be made. I travel that road every day now. It's a pain in the butt, 60 kilometres an hour, Joe, but it works. And I'm learned to be patient because I've seen the accidents of vehicles coming down there in a hurry, especially in the wet. So like I said, it's a pain, but I can tolerate it, so I support it.
Okay, show of hands, folks, for those who would like the temporary 60k to be confirmed to 60k. And those who'd like it to stay at 80?
Can we do 70?
That's an indicator.
No, I mean, I'm serious. Why not 70?
We can change it to 70 or also 90.
I could
Would
do
I recommend 90?
70.
Probably not.
Yeah, 70 would be better.
Is it worth noting any particular comments on 70?
All those who think 70 might be okay?
It seems silly to me to go 70 to 80 on the same road. I'd rather just personally see it all the same, 80. And not a break in it.
But if we're going to go out to consultation, that might be a compromise feedback for the community. That,
I mean, in my time, it was originally 100. And while I've been on council, we actually reduced it to 80. So it has actually already had a speed reduction in that particular area. And, you know, I am very dubious about a lot of the information when it comes to, you know, like it was 5 fatalities, but you don't actually know what actually caused those particular 5 fatalities, because it isn't always because of that speed limit. It can actually be sometimes that they were going 120. They would have been going 120 whether it was 60 or 80 kilometres. You know, somebody had a medical incident in that particular area and it's counted as a fatality against that part of the road. You know, so it's very hard to make decisions just based on something like being told there's 5 fatalities or whatever the number is. So,
Yep.
My understanding is a lot of the accidents on that road is in the winter and rainy months where it's wet. And so that's why I think you should lower the speed limit, because otherwise people see 80 k's as a target. And that is, some of those corners are nasty. They haven't got the right camber on them. And I think we should listen to what the police say.
all right, so you've got a steer on that one?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, thank you.
Let's proceed. Yeah.
Okay. Te Oyster. So this one has been in place for less than a year, I believe. We haven't got a lot of information, so I wouldn't read too much into the crash reductions. Specifically, this section of road doesn't have, in the last 5 years, any serious or fatal injuries, but we do know that there have been a number of side-on collisions from vehicles exiting Te Oyster over the last 10 years. None of those have resulted in serious or fatal injuries, but at 80 kilometres an hour, that is a very likely outcome from that type of injury. The other thing to keep in mind with Te Oyster is that with our licence to occupy for that premise, to provide that on the road reserve which it's located, we need to, under legislation, be confident that we are not creating a safety risk and that we're not restricting public access. So there's 2 elements to this to really consider. So I don't think anyone's unfamiliar with the area. All I can say is that we have, with the temporary speed limit that we do have in there, we've seen on average a 5 kilometre an average speed reduction, which isn't insignificant in that environment. So I'd be interested to, again, just get a round table on that one.
Those that'll just put your hand up if you're happy for it to remain at 60. There you go.
Might help put the prices down too.
Can I just point out, Madam Chair, that here we are, we've reduced the speed from 100 to 60 with no obvious accidents, and yet in the last one we refused to drop from 80 to 60, which is only a 20k drop, when there have been a number of accidents. Your logic doesn't work.
Well,
I think the 60k is just an extension of, as you are going around to Wainui Road, it's already 60 k's and it's just a little bit of an extension of the 60k until we get past the oyster farm.
and part of my logic there is that I can't tell you exactly where on that map, but when you do your cycling and you do the back farm roads, you're actually also coming out, I believe, somewhere within that area, so it is actually also a relatively high cyclist area. So that was part of my decision making for voting for the 60 reduction.
All right, thank you. Wilson?
Yeah, the other thing too is that Ahopi Hill doesn't have traffic stopped on both sides of it, with people walking across the road and that, whereas Oyster Farm is different.
All right, thank you. Next one.
Thank you. So here we have the Thornton Road to Blueberry Corners speed reduction, again reducing it from 100 to 80 kilometres per hour. So this is one we've previously discussed through committee, and I just wanted to bring it back and reconfirm that we're still comfortable with that area. So that would take the speed reduction from State Highway 30 through to past the Blueberry Corners, approximately number 472 Thornton Road. It does a little bit, there is a relationship to this and the next one. So before I get a show of hands, I might just skip on to the East Bank, West Bank Road intersections. Here we have a lot of different options about how we can deal with it. We have variable speed limits we could put in place at this intersection, which could be tied to detectors on cars that are waiting to turn in or out, or it could be done on the time of day, depending on what the traffic volumes are likely to be. And also we have a lot of scope around whether or not it's a reduction to 60, 70 or 80 kilometres an hour. And further to that, if we do reduce to 80 kilometres an hour, whether or not we join that with the prior Blueberry Curves corners so that you have one continuous stretch rather than that chopping and changing that you get. We haven't got a strong view on this. We do know a speed reduction will improve the safety there. There haven't been a lot of accidents, serious or fatal, over the last 5 years. But as you've heard from residents, they are very uncomfortable through these intersections, and they do see the risk of that potential accidents happening. So I think maybe it's worth addressing this one first and then going back to Blueberry Corners to confirm that.
So what are people thinking of? Oh, Wilson, yes?
I would probably like to see 70k over the bridge around those two intersections. It is dangerous. It's okay for locals, but there's a lot of out-of-towners and that aren't aware of roads or intersections on
Either side.
immediately opposite. So, I would be happy with 70k.
So those would be happy with 70 for that bridge intersection? All right, great, thanks.
I'd say I don't support linking it all the way another 2.3 kilometres to the Blueberry Corner speed zone, though.
Nope. Excellent.
We already discussed that at a previous meeting.
Shall we differentiate the vote, just the Thornton Bridge, and then
Yes.
look at how far the Blueberry Corner one goes? And in saying that, on your diagram, you said that there's been one accident in the centre of the bridge, which was a minor accident. Yet I know when Murray Smith in his vehicle had someone turn in front of him, that actually was quite a serious accident, that. He broke his sternum and all sorts of stuff. So I find that really interesting, your statistics, unless it was beyond 5 years ago, which I didn't think it was.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
the reason we've stuck very specifically to 5 years is because that's what's required under the new rule for public consultation and cost-benefit analysis. There may have been more in 6 years period, for instance. Yep.
Anyway, I'd agree with Thornton Bridge being 70.
Yeah, I think there's majority or all for 70 for Thornton Bridge, and then we'll go back to Blueberry Corner first, and then whether we're in favour of keeping the whole lot from the turn off to 80 k's up to the bridge, which is 70. So Blueberry Corner, thoughts, questions, folks? Yes, Wilson?
I'm not in favour of linking the two, like going from Thornton turn off right through this bridge at 80. I'm not even really in favour of going from Thornton turn off to the other side of Blueberry Corner, but at 80, but with R&Bs along there and extreme, I can't see. I can't also see the point in going to 100, then you go to 80 to go past R&Bs, and then come out the other side of 100 again. So I'm happy with 80 through the Blueberry Corner.
So we just do a show of hands for those from the Thornton turn off through to Blueberry Corner to be 80, going past Extreme and R&Bs. Yep, that looks like a majority. And then, oh, but it's not a vote. I'm just saying, they're just getting an indication. Yeah. And then from Blueberry Corner through to Thornton Bridge, those who are in favour of not keeping it at 80.
Not keeping it at
So from Blueberry Corner to Thornton Bridge is 100.
100.
Yeah. All right.
Brilliant, thank you. That's exactly what we needed.
And thank you very much, Victor.
Yep.
Safe travel down the road.
Yep.
Right, next one.
Next one.
When I go around Blueberry Corner.
Don't forget to look at the signs.
Yeah.
Golf course is on this side, mate.
Okay, Taniatua Taniatua Road, sorry. Very high crash record here, as I said earlier, is one of our most fatal local roads in recent years. And to be fair, a lot of that is relating to one accident, in which case there were 5 fatalities. But still fatalities nonetheless. So the intention here is a full reduction from 100 to 80 for the full length of Taniatua Road, which, because there is no single point along there where there is specific safety risks, it seems that there is a number of accidents happening all along there. So that's the intent around that one. It's about 8 kilometres, roughly.
About 10-ish. We'll get all of that sort of information when we come back with the detailed stuff, but yeah, roughly 10.
Can I ask, I don't travel along that road very often, so is there any feedback from people that do travel along that road, their thoughts?
Yes, it's called Te Hurepo Corner. That's where all the crashes are below Waitangi Black's place, and they're getting tired of having to pick up the pieces along there, right on their corner. I think that's where most of the crashes are. Te Hurepo is called. So yeah, they're probably welcome it.
No, Peter, you travel along there regularly?
Yes, I do.
Sometimes I just put it
I
down.
don't mind.
We'll go Napier first and then Tony. Yeah.
Sometimes I just put it down to the driveways. It's a pretty straight road, but there are these areas around Te Hurepo. But once again, I'll just put it down to the behaviours of drivers.
Tony, any thoughts?
I mean, there are some straights in the road where there are overtaking because people will, I'm not sure whether decreasing it to 80 will mean more people will try and attempt on those short straights to overtake. I'm probably leaning to be in favour of the reduction. I do have a question though, and that is, with the government's policies in terms of returning roads to up to that have been reduced to 80 up to 100, does that impact on what we're doing here?
Not in this instance. It's within the current government's guidelines that we could reduce this down to 80, but we wouldn't be allowed to do it down to 70 or 60.
And it would be subject to the public consultation feedback and the benefit cost analysis as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the
thank you.
Other councils feeling, but I'd like to see a little bit more evidence and perhaps hear from the public on this one. Anyone else?
I don't support the change.
Okay, thank you, John. Nundle?
So
Do you support the proposed change or wait to see what the public say?
I support the change. That's quite a lot of fatal accidents, and I take that road patiently. I don't think reducing it down to 80 is going to make a huge amount of difference to people travelling on it.
No. Wilson?
Yeah, I've got mixed feelings in that. I'm not an end-all. I don't think taking it to 80 is going to change the accident rate that much, but...
that wasn't what I was saying.
Eh?
That wasn't what
That's what it sounded like.
That's how I don't think taking it down to 80 is going to change the accident rate a lot, and like Napira said, And some of those short straights at 80, people, I can sit behind cars at 90 on those straights and you sort of, okay, I'll just sit here. At 80, I would probably sort of, stuff it, I'm going to go, and probably put myself more at risk. But I'd like to see what the public come back with. Yeah.
Right, thanks.
We just have to have a preference though, going out to the public, so.
Your thoughts, Julie?
It's a bit hard this time for me because it's not a road I travel on very often at all, but have a couple of times. But I'm happy to go out with reducing it to 80k and see what the public consultation brings us back with, because it is a high fatality area of serious injury.
Tu and Gavin?
Yeah, I'm support.
You'll support the reduction?
Yeah, I'll support 80.
Okay, all right. Does that give you a guideline, or are we about the same?
No, absolutely perfect. I guess the thing to recognise is we will take it through to that next level of analysis before we put it out to public consultation. So that's really what we're looking for today. So with this one as well, we can take out several options on it to the public, so we're not necessarily tying ourselves down. And we can also give an indication that the council is very much on the fence on this, so that the public understand that it's very much about what that consultation process.
Right, Te Tiko Road.
Te Tiko, quite similar in terms of it's a less busy road, but it also still has a number of fatal and serious accidents. There's nothing particularly identifiable as being unsafe on this road, but we do know we do have that high crash rate, so it may be down to driver behaviour, and whether or not a speed reduction, similar with Taniata, will have the effect we're looking for is potentially debatable. But what we do know is that when we put in a 20 kilometre an hour reduction in speed limits, we do tend to get at least some lowering of speeds, and that reduces the safety risks for everyone. So yeah, interested to hear views.
Sue, can we ask you for a comment about someone who frequents that road?
Born and bred on the road,
Yes.
seen the accidents. I support dropping it back to 80.
From the turn up the Te Tiko all the way through to Edgecombe, yes? Anyone else got a thought?
Yeah, I'd support 80. With proviso extend the 50k past Uera.
Yep, we've noted that as well.
Anyone else? No, Peter, you're that way often, aren't you?
No, it was just, something that. Which road is this one? The Teko Road, because you've.
Edgecombe,
Yeah.
Oh, because no, on the map it's got the Murupara Cemetery. Oh, that's what I was going. Is that supporting
The reduction.
the reduction? Yeah, I would support the reduction. I would support the reduction there.
There's a lot of homes along that road, isn't there?
Well, it's the marae activities. So at Tui Te Marae Uwerero, where we call it Hekerangi, we also have a whare manaki that looks after our physically challenged, intellectually challenged whānaus over there. We've got our kura along there. Yeah, there's quite a bit of community activity around there.
There are a number of houses, down there.
Yeah,
Marae.
there is.
Or should we just say in favour of speed reduction for Te Tiko Road?
Yeah.
Hand up.
Yeah.
Majority? John, you're right there? Not in favour? Okay, that's fine. Right, let's continue.
Thank you. Well, that's the last of our high-risk roads. So now we just want to talk a little bit about our out-of-context speeds. That's a picture of Shore Road. Current speed limit, 100 kilometres per hour. We just need to fix that. There's a couple more which are probably less clear-cut. Kepa Road, Valley Road, Galatea Road, Ruatoki Road and Shore Road. So Valley Road, we're talking about a reduction from 70 down to 50, and that's to reflect the changes in land use that have happened along that road. There's a lot of businesses out there with a lot of traffic. We now have Destiny Church there as well, which on a Sunday provides particularly a lot of traffic and a lot of parked vehicles moving around as well. Appreciate it is a relatively long stretch of road, but it's also, home to a lot of people as well. So I haven't pulled accident data on these because these ones are more about the land use and the context of it than potentially around the safeties and record. But yeah, it would be good to get an indication on Valley Road about the comfort of that change.
Just thinking about time, can we almost do the opposite? Is there anyone that has a concern or doesn't agree with what they're doing to provide a comment?
On all of them, or?
On them as a whole?
Perfect.
Yes, Wilson?
I would question Keeper Road at this stage, until there's more houses along there and until we know what's happening with the harbour and what we're going to do with the road. Because to be honest, I struggle to do 80, keep it down to 80 going out there at the moment because it doesn't appear to be much on the road, although there are quite a few houses along there now.
Eva, no, Peter?
The others I'm happy with, sorry.
All right, thank you, Wilson.
Oh, just in regard to the Galatea Road in Waiuho, Annie, so where the village is, where it says 80, are we saying we're changing it to 60-50? Because you come out of the kura at 30, and there was concern because you've got all the papakaina right next to Waikokopu Bridge, and it's just the movement of people, because it goes straight from 30 straight into 80, and I'll absolutely support that.
Yeah, so where it's currently 80, that would be reduced to either 60 or 50, and the part that's 30 for the school would still stay at 30 for the school. And I remember we've had some previous conversations about actually extending those boundaries because things have grown outside of where those current cut-offs are, so we can look at adjusting that through this process as well.
Thank you, would support that.
Julie, yes?
I agree with Wilson. I don't think we need to look at Keeper Road at all until
we need to look at it.
Any activity with the boat harbour. I'm not sure that I also agree with lowering Valley Road. I do drive down there quite often, and 70 k's isn't that fast. I've never seen any issues, so I'm probably not going to be supportive of Valley Road.
If you go to 60, that would still be a bit fast.
Yeah. 70 seems fine to me.
Nandor?
I think I agree with those comments. I definitely agree on Keeper Road. No need to move rapidly on anything there at this stage, I think. Valley Road, it always feels a bit anomalous that it's 70, but I kind of like it. So I'm kind of undecided on that one.
I agree with Nandor. I quite like it that it's 70, but I can see there's been so much more development and so many more turning on and off. And if you're in the industrial site and you're trying to turn left, they do actually come around pretty fast. Yeah.
And then for those roads, perhaps the way forward is for Keeper Road to strike that from the list. It feels like we've got a general consensus, and rather than make it contentious when we go out with everything else, we can keep that off the list. Valley Road, I think we've got that option as well to take it off the list, look at a 60 or just keep it at the 70. So I guess, again, would people prefer it to be simply removed from the list?
Can I make one comment? Maybe Valley Road is one, like some of the others we've talked about, where we say in the consultation council's on the fence, but we're keen to get public feedback because we have had quite a bit of feedback from residents that live on that road, especially those with young children that walk to school, and they feel it doesn't feel right that their road's at 70 k's, yet you drive to Kawerau and you can go 80 k's on a rural road. So it might be useful for the councillors to see that feedback before making a decision.
All right, thank you.
Great idea.
John's got a comment too.
As surprising as it may seem, I agree with the proposed, and as just as said, Valley Road is a residential area, and so we need to consider that. And it's the same with Keeper Road, really, to be honest. You're in a residential.
Thank you. Gavin, you got any other thoughts?
I agree with John.
Okay.
Residential areas, 15 kids.
All right, does that give you some guideline?
Excellent, thank you.
Right.
And I guess the other trick is around our consultation.
Just before you go on to there, can one please ask us to look at reducing Withy Road? Withy Road is a really dangerous road because it's metal. I would say 70 k's, although the first part of it up the hill is tar sealed, so that would probably mean going to 80, but there's an incredible amount of traffic going to the marae up there, which is buses, minivans. There's a one subdivision on the right, which is the treetops. There's another subdivision opening at the back. Māori Southern's place has already been subdivided. It is nonsense to keep it at 100 k's, and the people have asked us and presented here, just like they did with Thornton Bridge, that if we could please drop the speed. So can I please have the indulgence of my fellow councillors to bring it down to 70 or 80? I don't know. What are the...
We'd be more than comfortable with a reduction to either 70 or 80. My sense for that road is that 70 would probably be a lot more comfortable, particularly with those developments for that, certainly the first section, and maybe then after that it goes to 80.
There's no real straights on it, eh? So 70 around that top corner and down to the marae would be good. 70 the whole road, maybe. I don't know. Is that all right?
Support, I support.
I support. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other anomaly road or an out of context road that people are aware of?
Yeah, and I think as well with this process, just reflecting on it as well, there is opportunity through this consultation to consult on these very specific roads, but then also ask for more generic feedback for other roads, which we can then use subsequently, so we can build that as a process if we want to look at addressing more roads in an ongoing manner.
Nice.
Yep.
Sorry, Nandal?
I have one other question on it's a different topic, but I think we've had comments at times about changing the speed limit on Wainui Road as a whole to 80. You can see arguments for it. It's it's pretty windy, and it's a kind of a scenic route, so people tend to want to go slow anyway. I was wondering if is there any thinking going on around that?
We could include it as an option for feedback if we wanted. There was a very detailed safety business case undertaken by Waka Kotahi a few years ago, and from that we had quite a lot of safety intervention work undertaken on Wainui Road. That business case did assess reducing the speed limit as one of the options, but it wasn't as favourable as the safety improvements that were undertaken. And with those safety improvements that have been undertaken, we've obviously seen some benefit, but it wouldn't hurt. We're already going out for consultation. We could include one more question on that, like as a sort of sub-question to the change at the start of the road, if there's desire to get that feedback from the public.
Wainui Road as a whole.
Yeah, I'd support us doing that, going out to get some more feedback.
And it could be couched in terms of we're just asking the question rather than
Yeah.
I don't know. If people support the
Yep.
What speed are you suggesting?
80. To the whole of Wainui Road.
There's a few crashes along there, where they swung off the beams into the swamp.
It's quite...
But it'll be interesting to see what the feedback would be since they've done the road upgrade.
Yeah.
You know, just like you've got the comparisons of the previous 5 years. So, all right,
Yep.
Bring it home there, Joe. Oh, sorry, David.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Tony.
Yes. Yes. I'm just I'm wanting to know, I know that we recently went out for consultation when we had the other sort of speed management plan thing. If we're going out for consultation on some of those roads that we've already done consultation on, is it a matter of us complying with the process? And is that added cost, if for some of those roads we've already had consultation on, is that a factor? Will the public sort of think, oh, well, we've already told you what we think. Why are you going out, spending money again consulting on the same roads? It's just a question.
No, an absolutely fair question that as well. So under the new rule, the requirements for consultation have changed so that we now need to present the economic cost benefit analysis alongside the speed reduction, as well as all the justification behind that reduction. So that's additional information we haven't yet consulted on, and so therefore we do need to go back out to the public. And I guess there is, because we're looking at a much more limited range of changes this time round, we're hoping that we'll get a much better conversation, a bit more nuanced than previously, and really target on the roads that we're looking at here.
Yeah. I think it's a valid point though,
Thank
Tony,
you. It
because
just-
the perception from the public will be Blimanora, we've already done this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already done this. This is spending more money again. But I really I hope that as part of the consultation or the lead out to it, that part is really emphasised and explained. So it's sort of like saying it's out of our hands. These are the new changes, and this is why we have to go out and consult again. Yeah.
Thanks, Tony.
Would it help if we, for those roads, we outlined what we had already heard previously from the previous consultation? So on this date, you gave us this feedback about the speed change. This is the additional information we need to include. Does it change your view?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right,
But yeah, it's just explaining that there's been a change to the process, and this is why we have to do it. Just to add help, otherwise the public will just think, oh, you're wasting money again,
Yep.
All right, last couple of slides, Joe.
I think we've probably touched on most of these. Basically, we just need to include more information with our consultation this round and that economic assessment, and then really get into the nitty-gritty of explaining particular roads and why. And it's also going to be consistent with Section 82 of the Local Government Act, which stipulates timeframes and how we consult. There's also specific requirements around consulting with Māori and making sure we do a very good job of that, including landowners and Māori landowners who might be influenced. So we'll take a little bit more resource in that regard to target those people effectively. But otherwise, it's fairly much just our usual consultation process. So yeah, we'll hopefully look to bring back the draft speed management plan to a subsequent infrastructure committee meeting. We're targeting that in the new year so that we can get this rolling. I think we'd all like to get these changes implemented and draw a line on it and put it behind us for a little while, particularly around those school speed changes where we need to also meet that legislative requirement. So there's two areas we'll come back to you. It'll be that through that committee decision to confirm a draft speed management plan or something of that ilk, and then also around any subsequent annual plan decisions that we need to look at in terms of school funding for the electronic signs and also for just our general implementation of speed limit changes. But we just need to work through our budgets a little bit more in that regard so that you have something to work with there.
And if we say, don't bring us a budget back,
then we will do what we can within budget and defer anything else.
all right. Okay, any other questions, folks? Well, thank you very, sorry.
Madam Chair, about keeping within the budget is important, and I think that's where we've got to be, really. I know it makes it hard because you become constrained, but we're under pressure.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Oh, Tony, have you got another question? Or comment?
No, sorry.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
Thanks, Annie and Joe, for taking the feedback up front and all the way through. Obviously, it's a topic that's sensitive to everybody. So keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Now, can I just ask, thank you to Walt, who's been sitting down the back there the whole time, and Lainey, considering you're speaking again after lunch, would you be okay to have a break now? Yes, so we're at, so we'll come back at 1:05. Thank you very much, Walt, Lainey. Yeah.
So we've got the annual plan
Yeah.
as something else.
We've got the annual plan and then a public excluded part. Yeah. I'm not sure what the disposal project. whether we took too long on the water situation report this morning, or was the time allocated wasn't long enough. So, but we're now in your capable hands for the latest business plan update.
Kia ora tātou. Ooh, that's loud. Happy not to keep you from your sausage rolls. So, the business plan, it's pretty cool, or I think it's pretty cool anyway. And what I want to do today is just introduce you to the business plan and show you a little bit under the hood. So the business plan's not new. This is our fourth iteration of having one, so it shouldn't be too unfamiliar to you. You would have seen previous iterations of this. Just by way of reminder, the business plan's all about providing visibility of our work program, and that helps us to report progress against our work program as well. So where we do develop a budget, an LTP and an annual plan budget every year, that signals our work program, but this steps into more detail of what you actually get for that budget. So it just provides a little bit more detail. What has changed for this round and what we've been building over time is more capability that sits behind the PDF document that's been shared with you on your agenda. So there is a database that sits in behind that helps to provide business insights and reporting, so that it's progressively becoming a more purposeful and powerful management tool for council. So ELT approved this version of the business plan not long ago, and this is just that opportunity to quickly show you a little bit under the hood of what it is and what it does. So one thing to note is that the PDF has been shared with you. I did jump into the agenda version really quickly and note that it's, a 2/3 scale version when it gets drawn into your document. So if that's difficult to read, just reach out and we can provide you with a direct PDF of that document. The business plan is primarily an internal management tool, and that's the way it's used. That being said, the PDF version is kind of a sanitized version that you should feel free to share with business partners if it's useful to do so. And I recall that already a couple of months ago, when this one was still actually under development, David was using it in his capacity as interim CE to share with some of his conversations that he was having with iwi at the time around our work program priorities for this year. So it can be useful tool facing outwards, but primarily used internally. So what I actually want to do is just turn your attention to the screen on the wall there, which is, the system that sits behind the business plan, and just share a couple of insights about what it does. So first off, looking at that, you'll see that there's a whole bunch of black lines, which are our group of activities from our LTP. I think our previous LTP might have had about half as many groups of activities, but they've just been regrouped through this LTP. As we drop down, we go into each of our council activities within each group. So we've got there each of those activities expanded to show the key deliverables of what that activity is intending to deliver, and the key projects of what that activity is intending to deliver for the current year. So it's a 1 year slice, essentially. We have mapped out as well the next 2 years of this LTP, but we use this on an annual basis, so this is filtered to the 1 year view. As we move along, so we've got each of those white lines are the key deliverables for the activity. We've got some GM sponsorship against each item. We've got management ownership and item ownership, project management ownership sometimes for items that are projects. So it helps with that kind of accountability view of our work program. Then moving along here, these 3 columns, there's actually 10 columns, but I've hidden some of them. I've just shown the first 3 years. That's the annual calendarisation of our work program. So you'll see some items, and generally the kind of BAU ongoing items, we'll be delivering those every single year. In other cases, we'll have projects, and those projects might be contained to a single year, but they might run over multiple years, 2, 3, 4, 5, or even longer. So that's where you see items that just have X's in them for a couple of years. That's because they tend to be projects that are being delivered over a 2-year period. As we move into these grey columns, these are by quarter. So we've actually mapped out as well our deliverables by quarter. So for the top 2 line items here, they'll be delivered every quarter. the next item actually only commences in the third quarter of this financial year, so that's post-Christmas. Where we've got purple line items, we've even tried to phase projects by the phase of the project, so you get a sense of, when projects are intended to be delivered. And it's just been a really interesting process to develop this project plan, this business plan, because, things like understanding a tendency to kind of overload year one of the LTP, and it kind of speaks to capacity limitations of the organisation, for example. When we start to map that out and have visibility of that, we can start to manage that. It's one of those business insights that we can use from this. So then moving along, we've got the kind of green and orange columns there and some commentary columns beyond that. That's when we start stepping into quarterly reporting, and this is your other touch point to the business plan. So one is delivering it to you today, and you have the static document, the PDF document of the business plan. But the other function that is a touch point for you is through your Finance and Performance Committee, where you receive the quarterly results. So we won't go into those today, but it's just to let you know that they're there. I think next week is when you receive your first quarter performance results to Finance and Performance Committee, so you'll be receiving a dashboard of those. So just a little bit more by way of insight, as if we run up here into the filters, we can do things like just have a look at particular portfolios. So we can jump into just the CFO's portfolio or just the infrastructure portfolio, for example. So our GMs can use it to help manage within their own portfolios. We also have, this is a really useful one here. If I click this filter, we've got all of the items on our business plan. You can see up there it says there's 66 of these once we run this filter. All of the items on our business plan that are actually due to be completed and closed by the end of this financial year. So that helps us to drive towards completion of those items by our intended delivery timeframes of by the end of this financial year being the end of June next year. And it just helps us keep those items front and centre. From there, another couple of interesting filters are this one here. We can see that 17 items have popped up. This tells us that we've got 17 items that are due to commence from quarter 2 of this financial year, which is actually already commenced. What was that, September, October was the commencement of quarter 2. So you can see this white column down here, quarter 1, it's got nothing in it because those projects aren't being delivered in that column. They commence from quarter 2 onwards. And so what we can do on the back of that is just provide our GMs with a report that says, here's 17 items that are due to commence this year, and also let those item owners know, here's some items that are due to commence from this particular quarter, whereas previously we didn't necessarily have that level of visibility. And similarly, the other filter that was beyond that was items that are actually due to commence from quarter 3. So we have items that are not due to be progressed in those first 2 quarters and then start from quarter 3. So those are some of the types of business insights and management purposes that we can use the business plan for. From here, I might just move into what yours.
Well, Judy has a question.
Oh, yep,
sorry, Judy.
fire away.
So who's the master? Who maintains the database? Like, has the input, and it's because you wouldn't want everyone having access to it, so to be able to change it. So who sort of is that yourself?
At the moment, I'm the master of the universe. Yep. But that's something we're gonna I think have a look at and review going forward. So in terms of the development of this product, it takes its lead from multiple interviews with each manager of each function, and then our LTP and annual plan budgets, whichever's relevant, and the actual budgets coming out of Ozone, so we can QA where does the budget sit compared to where a manager's expectation of where a project sits. And that was, some of those threw up some interesting conversations where actually managers might have had an expectation that they were delivering something in year 1, but actually the budget was sitting in year 2 or year 3. So it just allowed us to quality control, that kind of stuff. But at the moment, I'm driving this. But yeah, going forward, whether that will be the case or not, it's been in development phase. But as the EPMO work continues to gain traction, we need to kind of figure out how this overlaps with that, and who will take ownership of it.
Can I comment as well? Because I think hopefully what you're seeing every time this comes to you is that it is gradually improving in its kind of granularity, but also its accuracy and how closely things are monitored, as what's pointed out. And the enhanced functionality, I just think is providing huge value to decision making and the management team. Walt's hinted at it, but obviously we are in a process of reviewing how all of that gets captured and making sure that we have consistency across project management across the whole organisation. And in January, the executive team will be coming together and looking, because one thing this obviously does reflect is simply the breadth and scale of the number of activities and projects. So there is a kind of consciousness that this could also be a really helpful tool in assessing whether there are projects that need to be pushed out or shifted and ownership and so on, or maybe there's even potential to kind of combine and so on. So the prioritisation comes through, it gradually gets better and better, and I think I just want to say a huge accolade to Walt for kind of maintaining this. Whether or not he then carries it forward, still a bit uncertain, but the work is hugely, hugely valuable to get us to this point.
So,
You go.
hang on, sorry, and I haven't scanned down. So is there a huge link with all the infrastructure and asset, management planning, or is it just at a very high level? Sorry, it's really hard to read on my screen and there's nothing about infrastructure on there.
Yeah, good question. So it does step down into key projects, but once you get into whole programs of work, you won't have that granularity of detail. So you might have, for example, a program for active whakatane, but it won't necessarily drop down into specific deliverables within that program. That's a space that the EPMO might step into in terms of that level of detail. I think once we step into that level of detail, the not necessarily inefficiency, but the amount of effort required to maintain a database like this that would be many, many pages longer, and then I guess you've got to consider that against the value that's then adding. But it does include our infrastructure portfolios. And on that, actually, and on the point that Lainey just made, having a live database rather than just the first iterations of the business planning discipline that we started 4 years ago was just a PDF document, just a static document at the start of the year. By having this in this kind of format allows us to track and make variations over time and to consider what that means for the rest of the work program. So, for example, at the moment, obviously transport's going through a whole variations process in terms of, well, we haven't got all this funding that we expected to have, and so we can make those changes visibly into the business plan. And then another example might be through the middle of the last LTP period, we suddenly had this bucket of funding for Better Off funding projects, and awesome to have that funding. We're delivering some very cool projects for that, but it did mean, you have to dedicate capacity and resource to that, and there is the rest of this work program that we have that we're intending to deliver on, but when we enter new things into that work program, there's going to have some impact on the rest of the capacity of the organisation. So it just helps with that visibility to manage those kind of tensions.
Particularly in the context, Lizzie, of the LTP, when there was so much attention on the number of employees. And you'll remember I used to harp on about this, that the work is the people, so we can only do what the people can deliver. So this just helps us marry up those things really, really closely as well.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. The first one is that just if you scroll across to the right there and you see low risk, medium risk, is that the risk of the project being delivered on time, or is it a risk about financials? And at what point, if it's a financial risk, we just pause?
Yep. To the second point, I probably can't speak to the second point of making decisions around at what stage to pause, but in terms of what's being reported here, it's tracking two elements of delivery. One is the progress that an item is at this point in time, so whether it's actually started or not, whether it's actually due to start or not, whether it's on track, whether it's behind schedule, so that's progress tracking. And then the risk is around delivery. So it's, will we deliver what we intended to deliver by the end of the year? That's what's that tracking. And there's reasons why that might be on track or off track. Financial might be one of those reasons. For example, we might not have the budget available, we might not have the capacity, or maybe a legal or consenting challenge has arisen from a project, for example. So then we have some categories to be able to signal those things, and then over time, by building that kind of information, we can see common risks that are emerging. And we've already seen common risks emerging over the last 2 years of doing this, that then the organisation at an enterprise level can look at how we can do those things better and manage those things. And the EPMO being one of those tools, but not the only tool.
The other question I had was about our CapEx delivery or non-delivery of CapEx projects, in that it gets confusing, and even though we went to the 3-year, now we're not sure whether a 3-year budget and the capital project is best for us. Are we doing too much? Like, this is a huge thing, and as part of our low percentage CapEx delivery, because we just keep doing and rather than finish this and start something else.
I think probably I should respond to that. I can't answer with a yes or no, but what I can tell you is that the executive as a team are very conscious of the ability to deliver and the resourcing that is required. So it is an ongoing conversation. And obviously with Steve as a relatively new CE, he is very, very conscious of our ability to deliver for the community. So there is a conversation to exactly that point scheduled for January when we kind of look towards the annual plan. So obviously quite a key distinction between business plan, which is the internal work programme, versus what the commitments we're making to the community, and just making sure that those are realistic. So I haven't really answered your question about are we doing too much, but I can tell you that the question is being considered deeply.
And I guess just to follow up from that, our delivery at 50 to 60%, and I'm guessing there because since 2019 we haven't had a CapEx delivery percentage of delivery in our annual report, so that kind of just, so it's very hard to tell. But I do know anecdotally from other councils that they track between 70 to 80% of their delivery. If we chose to deliver 70% in the next 3 years, what would that look like? Like, can we set a goal? This is what we are going to achieve. Because I just feel like we can probably, not saying weed out, but reprioritise some of those other projects we've got on the go. So, not a statement more than anything.
That's a good point. With, I guess, the growth within the organisation in terms of investment being made into these types of tools, but the EPMO tool as well, we'd expect to see improvement of that over time. Yeah.
All right, we've got Steve with his hand up. Hi, Steve. Good afternoon.
Hi, all. That was actually a very difficult question to answer, Leslie, and I'm pleased you did turn it into a statement, because the first thing I thought of is, 70% of waters projects, 70% of transport projects, 70% of policy and strategy projects, 70% of the tourism projects.
You got it.
So yeah, when you start breaking it down into various teams, I think what you sort of find is actually overall most of the organisation does have quite good delivery. In some of those complex areas, particularly the capital works for waters and transport, it is likely a bit lower, and then that gets reflected in the size of the carryover. But the other thing to just note is that Walt and I started this business planning tool 3.5 years ago when I first started. And at that time, the management team had no management information. And without management of information, it's very hard to make prioritisation decisions and to monitor what's going well and what's not going well. But actually, as this has evolved, also what's evolved is you have an ELT that is meeting quarterly to review the business plan and to review what's on track and what's going off track. So all of a sudden, well, not all of a sudden, but over time, having good quality management information leads to us doing more management and monitoring of our work program. I do look at it and I do think that we are probably trying to do too much for the resources we have. But again, as Lainey said, we're moving to a point where actually this information is getting really comprehensive. It's not perfect yet. It's still evolving in terms of breaking programs such as transport down into the individual ones, although they are reported through to IPC. And also the financials are yet to be moved into there, but actually that's part of the ERP process. So ERP is considering this and how we get finances and our program monitoring integrated, because we can't do that at the moment. But yeah, we are moving to that point where we're able to take this information and start doing some really good quality across the organisation rather than siloed prioritisation. So I sort of hope that context helps a little bit as well.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Cool, thanks, Stephen. And then just, I guess, finally, bringing it around to what the view that you'll tend to see on a quarterly basis, which is that then drives these kind of dashboards here, which, on a quarterly basis can show you what proportion of the work program is on track, how risks are tracking and things like that, how that looks by group of activity. As I mentioned here, you can see a whole lot of orange within the transport portfolio. I won't go into the results too much because that's on your agenda for next week. But, that's a lot to do with the funding changes from NZTA. So you can start to see some of those things coming through in the reporting side. So really all I wanted to do was share this with you today, show you that there's a lot more going on than, just a static document and then the reports you get on a quarterly basis. So that's it from me, really.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Well, it's interesting and it has come a long way. Well done. No last comments or thoughts from anybody?
So I think it's really great to be able to drill down to those levels. So what's our access to see that?
So the PDF document that's been shared on your agenda does uncollapse all of those lines, so you'll see all the item lines on there. As I mentioned earlier, I think on your agenda it might shrink that down, so if that's not very visible for you, just shout out and I can provide a copy directly out to you. The database version, that's kind of an internal management tool, so there's access to technology and all those kind of considerations, so that's why I think this is the easiest way of sharing it with you as the PDF.
And did you say that before there was a PDF copy? I can't see one in Stella. We've got the full agenda of everything for the whole day, but the tables that we've got in there aren't collapsible.
Should we send out the plan as a separate attachment over email, and that might...
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. Kia ora. Thank you.
Right, and that moves us... Oh, sorry. Stuart, you've got a question.
Hi, sorry about the late minute question, but I think just a question on the updating of this is happening, I take it, every sort of monthly?
Quarterly at the Finance and Performance Committee.
Yeah, I think in terms of from a management perspective, is management generally making this dynamic? And the reason I ask is there an opportunity that this can be linked in with Bevan in terms of enabling Bevan to be on top of constant forecasting? And I'm thinking of forecasting around council debt, and especially because it's pretty relevant to the forward plan, and it's pretty relevant to this. I mean, this looks like a really great document that's going to assist in those discussions, so that when Bevan's considering updating the live debt forecasting of council, he's doing it with numbers that are coming to him from the rest of the team that bears some kind of, it's kind of taking into consideration all these timelines.
Yes, absolutely. And currently, the way the quarterly reporting is done at that committee, the organisation performance report, which actually combines the business plan report, includes those debt measures and the CapEx forecasting measures. And that's all combined currently into that organisation performance, because financial health is one of the 4 quadrants that we report on in that paper every quarter. But I think you're also referring to kind of a bigger kaupapa around integrating financials into this kind of tool. And that is definitely the ultimate intention. That will be currently, I suspect, there'll be a ERP and EPMO component to that. So we are currently exploring the connections between those 2 projects that are kind of going to be coming online next year. But definitely the intention is to migrate much of this data into an enterprise project management tool and eventually have the financials all live and connecting in real time, so that you can pull out a snapshot at any one point, not just on the progress of a project, but the risks, the financials, and all of the other kind of project management information you might need. We're a little way off that, but that is definitely the intention.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stuart. Thank you, Walt. So now can I invite Vanessa and Richard? Is it up to the front there? As we, but we were at a briefing, do we still have to resolve to go to public excluded? All right, well, Julie will move us to go into public excluded, seconded by 2. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried, thank you.